3, 2, 1.
Good evening and welcome to a special meeting of the Northampton School Committee, Thursday, October 14th, 2021. This meeting is being held online as a Zoom meeting pursuant to the state's modification to the open meeting law. And we have a brief agenda this evening, which is our quarterly meeting with the student union or the student representatives. And so I'll begin by asking the clerk to call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Narkowitz.
Present.
Member Busansky.
Present.
Member Fallon is going to be a little late this evening. Member Seraphy Cox.
Present.
Member Condon.
Present.
Member Levy.
Present.
Member Kaufman.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Voss.
Present.
And Member Gold.
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will turn now to our student representatives that are here this evening. If you want to introduce yourselves, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
Sure. I will start. We currently have 3 members that are going to be presenting to you. We have myself, Jake Fine. I am a junior at Northampton High School. And then Lila or Dahlia, you guys want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Lila. I am a sophomore and I'm the student union representative for the school committee for this year.
And my name is Dahlia Breslow and I'm a junior.
Okay, Lila, do you want to start sharing your screen?
Yeah, am I enabled to share my screen on this Zoom?
Yes, you can. It's your Zoom.
Thank you. All right, hopefully this works. Oh no, I have to figure out a setting apparently. This should work. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry, 1 second. Okay, it says I have to leave this meeting in order to share my screen. Jake, do you want to start sharing and I'll try to come back?
Sure.
Okay, sorry.
That's fine. Okay. So I'll start. Sorry. Okay. So I want to start with a little preface, I guess, on what we're presenting. So we're presenting on a survey that has not yet been sent out to the student body. And according to my knowledge, I don't think that the student union has ever presented a survey without results to the school committee. So it's a bit of something a bit new. But we felt like it would be important since this survey is one of the most extensive that we have done, at least in my time. And that's because a lot of things have changed this year. We added standards-based grading officially this year. We had the new start time. We have Otis, our new grading platform, and we're in person again fully for the first full year in a year and a half. So it's a lot of things, and we're trying to get we're trying to get as big of a picture as possible from students. And so with that, I'll go into a bit of the goals, I guess. So last year, I don't know if you remember, we got about 300 responses, 287 to be exact, on our survey. And this year, we're hoping to get a lot more. We're hoping to get at least 500. And specifically, we're hoping to get people from low socioeconomic backgrounds and students of color, since though participation in that section, in that area, was extremely low, and it was very hard for us to get a good picture of what those students needed or wanted from our school. So that is one of our goals, to increase students of color and low socioeconomic backgrounds response rate, and to get at least 500 of about the 850 students in our school. And so just to go over the format of how we'll be going over everything, the survey is broken up into different sections. So we'll be going over mostly over each section and then the key points. And then if you have any questions there's a time at the end to do that. And so with that, I'll get started. The first section is, of course, asking about demographics so that we can properly contextualize our data. So we ask for the grade, gender, race, socioeconomic status. And then we also ask the question of if students feel like there's any part of their identity that is important, then that needs to be represented along with their answers to give it the most meaning. The next section is driver's ed. And I talked a little about this with Dr. Provost at our ESSER 3 funding meeting, but the student union has come up with an idea of trying to fund or subsidize or find some way of helping students from low income backgrounds to pay for driver's ed, because currently driver's ed costs $700 to $800 for the entire process of paying for driving lessons, then taking the test. And that's an expensive process for something that opens up a lot of opportunities for students, including jobs and possibly even attending colleges that are further outside of our area. And so in order to get information about this, we're asking students first whether or not they're allowed to drive, including permit or JOL, and then also asking if they themselves thought that cost was a substantial factor in their decision or not, whether or not to take driver's ed. And then we're also asking students if they think the district should be finding some way to help students. And we ask them if they think they should subsidize it for all students. So kind of act as a negotiator and take 800 students as like the bargaining chip and say, reduce the cost to $500 per student, or just to act in the interest of low income students and reduce the cost for them. Both are valid ways of doing it. We're just wondering what students think about it. The next section is the lending library. The lending library is something we created last year. And it's a two-system thing divided into school supplies and basic needs supplies. And I can go a bit more into this if members have questions about this at the end. But all we're asking students is if they know about it and if they know where it is and if they have used it, because that will help us know where we have to do outreach to students to let them know that this resource exists. And then I think the final section I will be presenting on tonight is mental health. So we're starting off with how students are doing, just to see how the general sentiment of the school is. And then we ask specific questions about student stress, what's causing them stress. Is it grading? Is it college applications for seniors? Is it work, family life, social life? Just to, again, get a bit of a sense of how students are feeling. And then we also give a list of resources that the student union has thought of that we ask if they think would be helpful. Things like a peer mentoring program, things like a mental health day that we instituted last year, things like mental health newsletters and the weekly Hello Hamp that gets sent out by Ms. Valancourt. And then we also ask students if there are any other resources that they think we haven't thought of. And then finally, we end off by asking what their thoughts are on an emotional therapy dog, emotional support dog, which we just thought we can add in there for a little bit of lightheartedness. And so I think Lila will be presenting next. Is Lila here?
Yeah, hi everyone. Sorry for my technical difficulties at the beginning. So the next section in our survey is grading. I don't know, I'm sure many of you know that we implemented a new grading system this year called standard-based grading. And it, so yeah, because it's such a big change, we wanted to know how students are feeling about it, because we've heard a lot of positive things about it and also some negative feedback from our peers and our classmates. And then if there are any worries about grade inflation, because standard-based grading allows a lot of reassessments. So some students are concerned that because of this, it's really, really easy for kids to get a pretty high grade in certain classes. And so they're worried that their hard work might be diminished, especially in the eyes of colleges who aren't quite at this kind of new standpoint on grading yet and are still using a more standard grading system. Jake, do you want to go to the next slide? Yeah, so then the next section is about advanced courses. Last year, I believe when we released our diversity survey, that was more trying to figure out how students of color were in like advanced courses and how those were for them. This is more because of all the different demographics we collected at the beginning. It's seeing which people are in advanced courses and who feels like they belong and who maybe it feels like it's more of an unwelcome environment based on their identities, if at all. Jake, do you want to go to the next slide? And then this is another thing that we worked on last year is Smith classes for high schoolers. And one of the things that we talked about a lot in student union last year was the GPA requirement, which right now is 3.4, and that's controlled by Smith. So it's kind of a difficult thing for us to make a mark on, but we want to know kind of students' input on that and if they feel like that's kind of a fair thing for them to have to meet in order to take a Smith class. And then these next questions are for students who have already taken Smith classes or in them, and it's just to see how supported they were when taking the classes. Yeah, those two are the same question. Yeah. Jake, next slide. And the last thing that the last section that I'll be presenting on is the new start time, which I know you guys deliberated a lot last year because it's also such a huge change for students. So we're asking how they feel about it and how students are liking the new schedule and challenges because a lot of students are having to miss fourth and sometimes third period classes multiple times a week for athletic events and like games and stuff. And that kind of provides a challenge for those students and also their teachers who have groups of students missing different lessons on different days. And if they would support changing the start time again. Yeah, and then I think I'll hand it off to Dahlia.
Great. So Flex Block is also another recent addition since last year, and it also changed a lot this year. So this part in our survey will cover mostly the helpfulness of Flex Block, but also it will tie into what Lila talked about, the start time, which is that adding on this 35, I believe, minute period of time makes the day a lot longer, and there's a couple complications sometimes with students involving sports or other activities. So we asked them, number one, like if Flex Block would be more helpful if it was at the end of the day, because then it would be easier for them to miss it instead of missing another class where they might have a test or miss a lecture or something. But secondly, we just kind of want to address whether Flex Block is helpful for them. It's designed to like be time for them to meet with teachers or collaborate with other students. And we want to know if that's really being played out and if they have any other suggestions for how to make it more helpful. So one thing that the survey asks is if people would enjoy and find it helpful for the student union to have a Flex Block offering for them to come talk to us with issues around the school or just to discuss things. Yeah, next slide. Lunch. This probably happens every year, but lunch is very short. It's like a little over 20 minutes, and students have been complaining that's not long enough time to eat their lunch and relax and digest. And yeah, that basically happens every year because it's short and it stays short. Students don't eat quicker the older they get. Okay, next slide. And this part of the survey talks about sustainability, and because this is a very current topic and students are really concerned with the impact of climate change, we would like to hear what they think the school is doing on sustainability. Just generally, I think there's like students can share like whatever they feel, right, in their own words, and then also what they think about selling plastic water bottles, because that's bad for sustainability. Next slide. So this slide doesn't cover the content in the survey, but it's just generally what a subcommittee on student union is working on. So the anti-racism subcommittee is carrying on from last year, and our general goal is to diversify Northampton High School's curriculum and also to spread awareness about anti-racist practices. So one strategy that we've thought about this year is to update the history textbooks to include more diverse perspectives and also just reflect modern times and modern perspectives. Another thing the anti-racism subcommittee will be working on is to educate NHS students, possibly through social media or website or some other way, like videos, that will educate students on Black history, or maybe provide a reading list of books that will appeal to them that include diverse perspectives, and also promote the work of SOCA at NHS, because they are often underlooked. Another thing that we've been thinking about, but might not necessarily do, is to create recommendations for NHS departments to diversify. So that's going beyond just history. It includes English, basically all the curriculums. And it would either be us compiling like just a list of recommendations after reviewing their curriculum, or perhaps working in some student ideas. And generally, we will be moving forward with anti-racist work by using a survey that went out last spring, right before school ended, about anti-racist practices at NHS. And we'll be using those data and the responses from students to drive our work going ahead. Next slide. Oh, that's it. Perfect. So we just want to know if anyone has any questions about any of this.
Dr. Provost, you have your hand up.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's always so impressive to hear from students. I did have a question around the last goal about diversifying the curriculum. It's long been a goal of mine to have students involved with textbook adoption process. And so one of the things I'm wondering is, understanding that the goal is to have greater diversity across the curriculum, can you say more about why you've targeted history as a priority area?
Well, first of all, why we're targeting history textbooks in specific is that they're old. Old isn't necessarily a bad thing, but having updated history textbooks would provide a more current idea of history. And the current idea of history is that diverse perspectives throughout history need to be taught. And like especially in American history, a lot of those perspectives are overlooked throughout the ages, and even now, I think. So we targeted history because students have told us, and just the general conversation around NHS is that there's a lot that isn't being talked about, that isn't being discussed. And one step would be to include it in the history textbooks. Does anyone else have anything to add to
Thank
that
you.
question?
Member Kaufman, you have your hand up next.
I do. Dahlia just asked a follow-up question though. Didn't you?
Oh, I was just asking if Lila and Jake wanted to add into that.
Yeah, I'd like to add a little bit that aside from the history textbooks, another thing that I experienced particularly in the required US History 1 course that I took last year as a freshman is a lot of the worksheets and the documentary and videos we watched were kind of outdated. And the focuses of the class were kind of disproportionately on how white people were positively affecting America. And I think one specific example I remember is that we learned not that much about slavery. And what we did learn, the biggest thing was Nat Turner's Rebellion, which kind of sheds a big, a negative light on slaves and didn't really highlight the more like the culture and the other things about like being an enslaved person in America at that time.
Yeah, I think that sums it up perfectly.
Thank you. So thank you so much for doing this. I've done hundreds of surveys in my life, so I love surveys. I'm going to regret saying this, but results of surveys could really be, can lose credibility if the wording and the options aren't posed in a specific way. So if you have anybody to look over this when you're done creating the survey, that would be great. And if you can find anybody, I'd be happy to do that. But I do love what you're trying to do in terms of expanding the number of people that are going to respond. I just want to make sure that the language that you use is going to create credible results. And I'm really anxious to see the results, which leads to my question of what do you plan to do with the results? Do you have a plan at this point?
So I can answer this.
Yeah.
So one of the main things is just to gather information. And for most of these issues, we know it's an issue. That's why we put it on the survey, but we don't know, sometimes we don't know to the extent that the issue exists. And other times it helps us get what we want, basically. If we say there are students at Northampton High School who can't pay for driver's ed, or they're struggling, and it's a resource that would be very helpful.
Yeah.
If we can show someone that, yes, students of low income, 75% of them, for example, answered yes on this survey, and 500 of our 850 responded out of the school, it would helps us deliver the message that we are already trying to say.
To who?
Well, I guess to you, the school committee, and to the administration of Northampton High School.
Gotcha. Okay. So just as an example, if you were going to write a survey question that said a lot of students feel like driver's ed is unaffordable, do you agree? That would not be a good question to ask. So just know that I'm hearing what you're saying tonight in terms of things that you want to get, but if you word it differently, you'll get a lot more credible responses.
The exact question phrasing is like this. Was cost a substantial factor in your decision on whether or not to take driver's ed? And it's a yes or no response.
Yeah,
and
good.
then we had an elaborate section right under it.
Great. And that was my other question. Well, these are going to be closed-ended, right? Many other than comments?
Yeah, most of them are close-ended.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Jake. Good luck.
I would like to add that like the elaborate sections that Jake's talking about are another added benefit of these surveys because they provide us with a lot of feedback from students that we might normally not get.
For sure. Great.
Okay, so I have several more hands up. Member Busansky.
Great, thanks. Thank you so much for this presentation and running this by us before you even have conducted the survey. I think it's really great. And I think this is like one of the real added values of the student union is to survey students and really try to understand where the issues are at. I also spent a part of my career writing surveys, so I'm going to just underscore what Member Kaufman said. I think it's really important to try to remove your biases in the questioning. And so the more you can do that and run it by people and test it out, and the more that you hear what your biases are and try and remove those from the questions, the better your results are going to be. So that was the first thing. And to really try and just lean away as much as possible from sort of leading questions, because just like Member Kaufman said, I think it really just would undermine the results. So I hope they, I know there's great teachers at Northampton High, or Member Kaufman himself, who would be probably happy to run through it, or other people in your life. The other thing is, I think you're asking questions about a lot of brand new things. And I think it's hard when these things like the grading, the new start times, flex block have only been in place for 2 months. It's great to gather baseline information and use that as a baseline, but it's really hard to say 2 months into school, like, oh my God, we got to change that, right? Because everybody's upset about it, like it sort of play itself out. But it's really great that you could like use this to gather sort of baseline information, and I would just encourage you to use it that way. Thanks.
Okay, before I recognize the next member, I just want to say to folks that are joining the meeting right now, the school committee is currently in a special meeting that we held prior to our regular meeting with the Student Advisory Council. And so we're just still in the middle of that, and then we will be starting our regularly scheduled school committee meeting when we're completed. So the next member who has their hand raised is Member Levy. Member Levy?
Hi, thanks. I'll echo my gratitude. Thank you so much for sharing this with us at this time, and thanks for your presentation. It was really, really helpful. You have a lot of folks here who have done a lot with surveys. I'm one of them as well. So I won't echo what folks have said. Actually, I'll ask a question. What are your plans? You have a really great goal of getting participation in your survey. What are your plans for trying to get folks to participate in the survey?
So we've actually been thinking a little about this. Wait. Did I freeze?
Your picture was frozen, but we hear you just fine.
Oh, okay. So the first parts would be putting it in Hello Hamp, the daily bulletin. Those don't cover many students, but it just putting it out there. And then we're also thinking of going to individual teachers that have wide-ranging students. So freshman and sophomore English classes, US history classes, things like that. And we were also thinking of putting flyers up across the school with QR codes to the survey. That way students could just take their phone out, which they have all the time, and just fill out the survey, or at least see that it exists, and then possibly take the time later on.
Great. It sounds like that's a really great way of getting word out. One of the things you might want to think about is working with your administration to see if there's any kind of incentive that could be provided once you've reached your goal. So things like free pizza for the whole school if you reach 500 survey respondents, or things like that. Something to think about. And then the other thing, I won't repeat what my colleagues said, but one thing I'd strongly recommend is, I don't know if if what you presented to us is in the order of how the questions are on the survey, but my strong recommendation is that you move the demographic questions to the end. If you have them at the beginning, that will, that has the possibility of really strongly impacting the results you get. And putting them at the end is really helpful, as is having something on there that says, why you're asking those questions so that people understand that it's important for them to fill that out. Thank you.
Okay, Member Gold.
Yes, thanks as well to all of you. And I think that something that I was really excited by was the survey on the late start, because I do hope that we as a district assess how its impact and how effective it's been and what adjustments might need to be made. And so I would hope that the district itself would at some point soon, and I agree with, as Member Basansky said, doing it too early might not give us the whole picture, right? And so doing it, using your all's survey in conjunction with whatever the district is going to be doing to assess it would be valuable, right? Rather than surveying the students again or surveying families again. And so I just encourage you to see what you can do, either to partner with Dr. Provost and his team to figure out like what really we need to hear from students regarding the impact of late start and what's been great about it, what needs to be adjusted about it, kind of thing. So I'd encourage you guys to see how can the district make use of your survey as well in its research on late start.
Member Voss.
Hi, thanks. Thank you all. I agree with a lot of what's been said, and I'll just add one small comment, which is another change that was made that you might consider asking questions about is the new approach to embedding honors within the math classes. And a reason to consider that now is that you have students who will have had both experiences. So maybe this is a little early if they haven't already had that, but at some point, I think that would be a nice thing for you guys to explore as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So I believe those are all the questions from school committee. Are there any closing comments or other things that you'd like to add as from the student union?
No, I'd just like to say thank you for all of your input. We will consider taking those adding those into the survey. The demographic one, really, I like that one. I think we probably will do that. And I look forward to sharing the results with you in a few months.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, good night. So I would now entertain a motion to adjourn this special meeting so that we can then move into the regular meeting. If there's a motion for that.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
and Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Vote is 9 in favor.
Okay, so that adjourns our special meeting, and now it is 6:52. So I will now call to order the regular meeting of the Northampton School Committee for Thursday, October 14th, 2021. I will dispense with the roll call. So since we literally just did a roll call to adjourn the prior meeting, so I'm confident that we have a quorum present. And just for those who may have joined after the start of the last meeting, we are holding this meeting as an online Zoom meeting in accordance with the modifications to the state's open meeting law related to the COVID-19 pandemic. I would ask folks to please stay muted during the meeting and to turn screens off when you're not part of the meeting. And we will move into the public comment period next, which is an opportunity for the public to weigh in. So I would ask folks who wish to speak during the public comment to raise their virtual hand, and I will call on you in that order. That would be under, now more frequently under the reactions menu. There's a raise hand function. If you have an older version of Zoom, it may actually still be on the drop-down participant menu, or if you're calling on a phone, it would need to, you'd need to use the star functions to raise your hands. So, okay, so we have a couple of hands up. And then the only other piece is I would just ask folks to please identify yourself, your name and where you live, because sometimes the Zoom screen is not the same as who's actually calling or attending the meeting. And I will be keeping a timer of 3 minutes so that everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. So as you approach 3 minutes, I will just give you a heads up so that you can wrap up. And that's obviously a 3-minute max. It's not mandatory that you go the full 3 minutes. So with that, I will start with the first hand, which is Liz Bowen. Liz, do you want to go ahead and unmute?
Hi, my name is Liz Bowen. I live on Harold Street in Ward 1. Over the past few months, I've had multiple conversations where it was clear the person I was talking to had an inaccurate perception of the current demographics of the elementary schools. Given that some of those people were district employees or members of the school committee, I wanted to share some current statistics about our 4 elementary schools. All of these numbers are taken from the DESE website. You can find them at profiles.doe.mass.edu. These statistics are reported by each district to the state. This year's numbers will be posted sometime in December. So the numbers I'm about to share are for last year. Since our schools range in size, I'm using percentages, although I will touch on the number of students who are designated high needs by the state. I've rounded these numbers to the nearest whole number since this setting requires that I ask people to follow what I'm saying without visual support. The percentage of students the state describes as students with disabilities, which I believe is students with IEPs, is highest at Bridge Street at 25%. Leeds and Ryan Road are a percentage lower with 24% each. Jackson Street is at 16% students with disabilities. The percentage of students who the state classifies as economically disadvantaged is also highest at Bridge Street at 44%. Next is Ryan Road and Leeds at 31 and 30%. Jackson Street is at 22% economically disadvantaged students. The percentage of students who receive ELL services is highest at Bridge Street with 10%. Next is Jackson Street at 6%. Leeds and Ryan Road were both at 5% last year. The state uses the term high needs to describe students who fall into 2 or more of those categories. The percentage of high needs students at Bridge Street is 57%. Leeds and Ryan Road are both at 42%. Jackson Street is the lowest at 31%. By my calculations, based on the student body reported last year, that means that there are 137 high needs students at Bridge Street, 123 high needs students at Leeds, and 98 each at Ryan Road and Jackson Street. We'll have new numbers before budget season. I'll come back and share those then. I'm also emailing this comment to the school committee members with a link to the source in case you want to refer back. The state has a pretty chart. A note that I wanted to compare student teacher ratios, but I couldn't figure out how to compare K through 5. And since the preschools are so adult heavy, as they should be, it's hard to compare across schools when only 2 out of the 4 schools have a preschool. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, the next hand that's raised is Principal Brown, Lauren Brown. Go ahead and.
Hey, everybody. I am Lauren Brown. I'm the principal at Jackson Street. I also live in Northampton in Ward 6 on Park Hill Road. I would like to speak up as myself. I also have something to share from Principal Choquette. So if I could have 6 minutes, that would be lovely.
Let's go proceed.
Thank you. I'm here to speak up in favor of voting to ratify Dr. Provost's contract tonight. Simply put, I'd very much like to keep working with John. I'm choosing my words carefully. I don't work for John. I work for kids, I work for their families, and I work for other educators. Everyone on the administrative leadership team works together with John. That team dynamic is one that John cultivated intentionally. He does not allow his title or any shred of ego to interfere with the good work we were all called to do, to support our children and being the happiest, most whole, most empowered, most capable people they can be, especially the most vulnerable children in our community. Dr. Provost has created a team of educators who are free to follow our visions for each of our schools. He has also worked to unite us so that the elementary students in Northampton have equitable experiences. As a new and enthusiastic school leader, I am deeply grateful for the freedom I have to envision Jackson Street. I am deeply grateful that I'm not being micromanaged in a way that would prevent me from following my community's beautiful lead and making our school everything we want it to be. John's leadership allows for us to listen to our communities and dream together about what our schools can be. My favorite thing about working with John is that he expects us all to disagree with him on a regular basis. That sort of trust on a team is crucial to its authentic success. The fact that I can look at John on my little screen and say, John, I do not agree with everything you say. I do not like all of your ideas, and that makes me smile, and that I'm safe to do that. And that I was safe to do that with an interim in my title is the same kind of safety that we want our students to feel when they take the risks we all know are necessary for learning. And that kind of trust is not easy to build on a team, but it's there under his guidance. While I do appreciate so much of what it's like to be on this team of peers, kids are what matter most. John puts one foot in front of the other every single day to do what's right for kids in every decision he makes, no matter how big or small. And he works hard every day to listen to this community, to grow his ideas about what it means to do what's right for kids. Let's keep him on board for them.
That was your first 3 minutes.
Okay. So now I'm speaking for Beth Chiquette. Good evening. Knowing that Dr. Provost's evaluation was on the agenda tonight, and knowing that I am not able to attend due to my college teaching duties, I wanted to be sure to send you my thoughts on this exceptional leader. As someone who has worked as a principal for 16 years, 10 in Northampton, and as an educator for the past 22, I not only have the expertise in what strong leadership should be, I also speak to you as someone who, as a principal in Northampton, experiences exceptional leadership every single day from John. In my 22 years as an educator and school principal, I have worked with 8 different superintendents, and although 6 of them were just fine, 2 of them, my former superintendent in Vermont and John, have had a profound impact on who I am as a leader. First and foremost, John always puts students at the heart of every decision he makes. He doesn't make decisions based on what is popular or because he is pressured by the politics of it all. He doesn't make decisions based solely on what others may want him to do. Rather, he makes decisions based on what is best for our students. It is always about the students. He has the courage to stand up for what is right and just. He is a strong advocate for social justice. He believes in every student, and he believes that every student can be successful. John not only leads with his head, he also leads with his heart. He is caring and understands the tremendous amount of time that teachers and administrators put into their work. He appreciates all of us and values our work, our commitment to our students in schools, and the sacrifices we make for the district. John's commitment to equity and student achievement are at the core of who he is. He understands the data, shares the data, and has high expectations for all of us. He supports professional development of teachers and administrators and encourages all of us to push ourselves to be better. He collaborates with his leadership team, is a servant leader, and supports our goals. Finally, John is a communicator. He communicates with his leadership team, our NPS faculty and staff, and our community frequently. He understands the role of a school committee, superintendent, and principal, and has the courage to let people know when they are crossing the boundary. It is easy for people who aren't educators who have never worked in a school to pass judgment on those of us in the thick of it all, doing it every single day. But until you sit in that chair, you'll never understand what the job does to your mental, emotional, and physical being. It is a thankless job, yet John does it with grace, kindness, and admiration for those that he serves. It is very easy to take everything he does for granted. If you haven't worked under the leadership of other superintendents, then you have no idea how good we have it in Northampton. I am so thankful for his support, encouragement, and for his belief in me and my colleagues. Thank you, John, for your exemplary leadership. I couldn't imagine doing this work without you leading the way. Thank you for your time tonight, Dr. Beth Chiquette, Bridge Street School Principal.
Thank you. Thank you, Principal Brown, and thank you, Principal Choquette, in absentia. The next person whose hand is raised is Stephanie Matry. Stephanie?
Hello, good evening. Oh, sorry. I am a parent who sends her children to a school that is affected by the Northampton School District, and I also have a professional medical degree. I'm writing to ask you to vote no to send a letter to the Board of Health mandating the COVID-19 vaccine to children attending schools in this district. My story is not uncommon, and it can be remedied with reason and logic. I have 3 daughters, ages 12, 10, and 7. All of them have been vaccinated for various illnesses per my informed consent with their doctor's support and help. I'm sorry. As a physician, I understand the importance of informed consent for everybody to be able to make choices for their own bodies and their own children. My husband and I are vaccinated for COVID-19. I do believe in the vaccination. We both work in healthcare, and we consider it to be important. What I don't believe in is mandates, because everybody has certain situations that pertain to them. My husband and I have had vaccine effects from this shot. My menstrual cycle has been permanently affected. It has not gone back to normal at all. I am passing baseball-sized clots, if I can get graphic. And my husband, who has had epilepsy since he was 8, has gone from 1 to 2 seizures per year to 2 to 3 a month since his vaccination. My sister-in-law had idiopathic encephalopathy 2 years ago. They were able to abate it with autoimmune drugs, and she is a prominent doctor in the New Jersey area, so she went to get her COVID shot like a diligent professional, and she ended up having a relapse of encephalopathy. She has not been able to get her second shot, and now her job is on the line. So I just ask that everybody take into account the real data here that we're looking at before we make decisions about our children's bodies. And I think that having a vaccine that's still not approved through the certain veins of the government that need to be approved, and asking our children to choose whether or not they want to go to public school or homeschool based on their bodies is an injustice to them. My eldest daughter is fighting Lyme disease. Her doctor has advised against this shot due to cardiomyopathy, myocarditis, I'm sorry. My middle child also has the same seizure disorder as my husband, so I'm certainly concerned for her. All I'm asking again is that everybody takes in before we have more information on mandating this vaccine. I do believe in choice. So thank you very much for letting me share.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. The next person whose hand is raised is Principal Sarah Madden. Principal Madden?
Hi. So I'm here tonight to support our thoughtful and wise Superintendent, John Provost, as this committee discusses his contract renewal. When I began my tenure in Northampton 9 years ago, a year before John, I thought I made a big mistake coming here. I was shocked at how far behind this district was as compared to any of the districts where I had taught or led. There was no curriculum, no consistency between elementary schools, no cooperation between school leaders, and a complete lack of vision or high expectation for our district. However, when John was hired, I became hopeful and inspired, and our hard work began. John listened and outlined expectations, facilitated the creation of norms for our work together, surveyed stakeholders, and led with integrity, enthusiasm, and hard work. He is the best district leader I have ever worked with. In 2014, when we conducted our superintendent search, there had been a good deal of administrative turnover in Northampton. Everyone stated the need for someone who would join our team with commitment to the work and a dedication to the long haul. John has proven to be that and more. Before John became superintendent, elementary schools were pitted against one another, and some schools were known as the schools with a diverse population, or the school where students with autism attend. We were violating the civil rights of our students, and it was John's leadership that put an end to these practices. He hasn't stopped advocating for students and families who might not have a voice. He often asks our leadership team to evaluate who are the underserved in our district, why, and how can we foster change? This work is vital to our core values of building communities of engaged students, enabling students to reach their potential, and nurturing kindness and empathy. These values were narrowed down based on a Q-sort tactic of gaining as many perspectives as possible. John was the leader of this work, and he continues to challenge us to create schools where the vision and values are clear. I have watched some members of this committee treat John with such mean-spiritedness that it is embarrassing and upsetting to me as a principal to work here. I have seen some of you complain and criticize a man who goes above and beyond what you have requested. I have watched this dysfunctional group repeatedly argue until the wee hours of the morning and put your own views of self-interest above the needs of our district. Anyone with students' best interest at heart would not think twice about renewing this man's contract. The fact that non-renewal is on the table is disgraceful, and it should make all of us question whose best interest this committee really does have at heart. How can a committee that has reviewed John's performance without any input from the leadership team, I might add, evaluate his goals and outcomes with ratings of proficient and exemplary, and now be contemplating whether his contract should be renewed? What we should be hearing tonight is thank you. Thank you for your incredible dedication and working more hours than seems humanly possible in your servant leadership in this district during the most difficult of times. And Mayor, I do have something from Chris Wentz. I don't know if that goes into the next 3 minutes. It's very short.
Say what again? I missed who you have.
I have a statement from Principal Wentz as well, the principal at Leeds.
That's fine. If you want to go ahead and read that into the record, that's fine.
Right, thank you. I would like to thank Sarah Madden for sharing this with you this evening, as I am not able to be at public comment this evening. On the agenda this evening is a vote to ratify the superintendent's contract. In my opinion, and having worked with other superintendents in Massachusetts, I believe Dr. Provost is an excellent superintendent. His work here in Northampton has been supportive of the mission and vision of the district. He supports and promotes the new district improvement plan that was developed with a great deal of collaboration with many stakeholders. The other day, he came to our leadership meeting dressed as a coach with a game plan for the dip. His enthusiasm and positivity was felt around the table. He is a very dedicated and supportive leader who cares about all stakeholders in Northampton. He has led us through this pandemic, always with safety of students and staff at the heart of his decisions. His collaborative approach allows for a variety of voices to be heard in the decision-making process. Lastly, he is always available. There has not been one time that I have reached out with a question or concern that he has not taken my call. I am in support of ratifying his contract, and I hope that you would vote in favor of that as well. Thank you, Principal Chris Wentz of Leeds School.
Thank you very much, Principal Madden, and thanks for reading Principal Wentz's statement. The next person whose hand is raised is Andrea Agito. Andrea, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Andrea Agito. I am the president of the Northampton Association of School Employees, and I'd like to speak to you tonight on two very important issues. The first issue is around COVID-19 vaccines. We know that the best way out of this pandemic is through vaccination. We were able to negotiate an agreement to require all employees of the Northampton Public Schools to be vaccinated. And the members of NACE voted to ratify that agreement by an overwhelming majority of 95.5%. Now is the time to act and pass a vaccine mandate for all eligible students. The only way that we can stop the ongoing disruption that is caused by COVID-19 is to have as many people as possible vaccinated in our schools. All employees will be vaccinated by October 22nd, and the next step is to have all students vaccinated. We hope that you will vote to send a letter to the Northampton Board of Health requesting a local mandate for students to receive a COVID-19 vaccination in order to attend school in Northampton. The second issue I would like to speak to you about tonight is to request that this committee put in place the policy protections from discriminatory bias and symbols of hate that bans all hate speech, hate symbols, and acts of discriminatory bias in our schools. Over the past years, you have heard from multiple students and faculty about how disruptive and harmful these acts of discriminatory bias and hate symbols in our schools are. I implore you to act now without further delay to adopt this policy as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. The next person who has their hand raised is Nick Bernier, our school business administrator.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I speak tonight to urge you to ratify a fair contract for Dr. John Provost. Though my time here has been short thus far, it certainly hasn't taken long for me to confirm what I already know about his incredible leadership. Working with him briefly in another district, it was evident how dedicated, focused, and compassionate he was about students, their success, and his overall work. He was so highly regarded there that when folks from my previous district learned that I was coming to work in Northampton, a very large number of administrators, teachers, and even caregivers told me how much they miss him and how much I would enjoy working with him. And this is 11 or so years after he had left. I can only hope that people speak that highly of me after having left only 4 months ago. Working in our central office has shown me exactly why so many people spoke so highly of Dr. Provost. He is a dynamic, forward-thinking, and supportive leader who, no matter what is on his plate, always has time for his staff. He makes you always strive to want to do better, and not in a way where you don't feel you're doing a good job, but rather he motivates you to be the best educator and best self that you can be. Perhaps his best quality is how genuine he is. He deeply cares about the success of students, staff, and of the district as a whole. That sentiment is felt day in and day out in our central office. To not ratify a fair contract for Dr. Provost would be a detriment to the district. From my understanding, prior to him coming here, there was quite a bit of administrative turnover. He is in his 8th year now and has shown how dedicated he is to his work. In many ways, this district is miles ahead of many others, particularly in terms of culturally responsive teaching and ABAR. This, among many other things, which you've already heard this evening, have been done under Dr. Provost's superintendency. On top of this, his most recent evaluation yielded proficient or higher in each area of the DESE evaluation rubric for superintendents. One would not ever think to not renew a teacher's contract who had a similar evaluation. The same standard should apply to the superintendent. So please, later tonight, do the right thing for students, staff, and other stakeholders of this district and ratify a fair contract renewal for Dr. Provost. Not only would you be hard pressed to find a superintendent who is even close to as good as he is, but his mark on this district over the past 7+ years should prove that he sure has earned it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nick. The next hand that's up is first name Emily. Emily?
Hi.
Hi. Thank you. Emily, if you
Thanks.
could identify
Yeah, hi.
yourself and where you live.
Yep. I'm Emily and I live on Adair Place in Northampton. I have 2 children. I am here for 2 reasons tonight. One is that I ask the school committee to realign with DESE and remove outdoor masking rules for our children. This is not an evidence-based intervention and it is unfair to our children, and it's time to shift out of that mode. I'm also here to ask you, the school committee, to oppose sending a letter to the Board of Health asking them to mandate vaccines for eligible students to attend school. As David Lenhart cites in his newsletter from the New York Times on the 12th of this month, nationwide statistics from England show children under 12 appear to be at less risk than vaccinated people in their 40s, if not 30s. He goes on, quote, "COVID is a threat to children, but it's not an extraordinary threat," unquote. Dr. Alistair Monroe, a pediatric infectious disease specialist at the University of Southampton, has written, quote, "It's very ordinary. In general, the risks from being infected are similar to other respiratory viruses you probably don't think much about." When we look to the UK, which I do, as I have a British husband and British American children, we see that the JCVI decided the risks of the vaccine in 12 to 15-year-olds do not outweigh the benefits and did not recommend vaccination for the age group across the board. It remains a parent's choice, and given the risks, only 1 dose is allowed for this age group should a parent accept to vaccinate their child aged 12 and up. It should remain a parent's choice here. We lack the long-term safety data for such a mandate. I am pro-choice and I implore you to please vote no to ask the Board of Health to issue a vaccine mandate for our school children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Antonio Pagan.
Good morning. My name is Antonio Pagan. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the City of Northampton, and I work with Northampton Public Schools as a technology leader. I'm here to speak on behalf of the ratification of the contract for Dr. Provost. In order to give some context to my words, I want to mention that I consider myself an educator. Most people know me as a technology manager, but I started as a technology teacher in the mid-'80s in Puerto Rico, and I have taught in many institutions throughout my country, my island, and Massachusetts. And also throughout my career, when I worked with the collaborative, I had to work with 33 superintendents on technology projects. And in a previous job, I actually worked with about 80 superintendents throughout Massachusetts. So I do have a good reference point when I'm going to talk about the leadership that we have in the superintendent's office in Northampton Public Schools is second to none, I would say, in Massachusetts. There is no one other superintendent I have met, with all respect that I have to superintendents, that have the leadership that we have in our district. Is not only a person that has a very innovative mindset and that works on always looking for the best ways of doing things. He is a person that listens actively all the time. He has respect for all stakeholders in our community, not only educators and school committee members, but every caregiver in the community. You can see that on every action that he takes. He is a very politically aware person, one of the most that I have met, but he's never influenced by political pressure. And also, as many people have mentioned today, is always available for the staff. It doesn't matter whether it's Sunday night, Saturday day, it doesn't matter what day of the week, he's always there. And I have to say, he is very demanding as a peer, because I actually report to the mayor, not to the superintendent. I am a peer of the superintendent. He can call me anytime, day or night, and he does, because he always is looking for the best of the kids. And he doesn't care if he's disrupting somebody's life in order to get what is needed for the kids. And that is something that a leader has to be able to do it himself in order to demand from others. So I'm pretty sure that Northampton has had many superintendents. I have worked with many of them during my 7 years in the collaborative. But Northampton has not had another superintendent that is as dedicated as John Provost, in my opinion. And I have a reference on many other superintendents in 2 states. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Antonio. The next person whose hand is raised is Jody Shaw. Jody, if you can unmute yourself and just let us know where you live.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, Jody Shaw. I live at 197 North Elm Street, and I oppose the imposition of COVID-19 vaccines for students in Northampton Public Schools. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Both myself and my 2 children have received all of the standard vaccines found on the childhood vaccine schedule, all of which over the course of many years have proven not only to be safe, but unlike the COVID-19 vaccine, 100% effective at preventing the illnesses they target and the transmission of said illnesses. So first off, this virus does not pose a risk to children. It's very, very low. According to the same New York Times article that Emily quoted earlier, published this week, children under 12 appear to be at less risk than vaccinated people in their 40s, if not 30s. For children without a serious medical condition, the dangers of severe COVID is so low as to be difficult to quantify. And the risk of long COVID is very low. There is not scientific consensus about vaccinating children like there is about adults, and it remains unclear how many countries will recommend the vaccine for young children, let alone mandate it. There are several countries all over the world who have access to the very same data that we do, who have come to very different conclusions, and many of them not mandating this vaccine. October 8th, Reuters. The Delta variant of the coronavirus does not appear to cause more severe disease in children than earlier forms of the virus. End quote. Children are more likely to get seriously ill from the flu than this virus, and we do not mandate the flu vaccine. I just want to respond to an earlier speaker, Angela. She said that the only way to defeat this virus is to have everyone vaccinated. This virus is endemic. It's here to stay. And the sooner we accept that, the sooner we accept there's not a one-size-fits-all solution to this, the sooner we'll be able to confront this and as a community. So now let's talk about the dangers. Physicians, immunologists, and virologists around the world are increasingly speaking out about the dangers of this vaccine that they've either witnessed firsthand or in the course of their research. I want to remind everybody, phase 3 trials for this vaccine are not complete until 2023. According to the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, as displayed on the CDC website, there have now been 56,000 adverse events, including 15,000 deaths. The number of adverse events reported now exceeds those of all other vaccines in the world in history combined. And when I say adverse events, I'm talking about things like heart attack, stroke, paralysis, blindness, Guillain-Barré syndrome, myocarditis, etc., etc. This is not a standard vaccine. There is still a lot we don't know about it. This is not the bubonic plague. It's a virus with an infection mortality rate of less than 0.05% for most of the population and close to 0 for children. And that's who we are talking about, our children. I want to remind the Council that our standards for mandating a novel injection for a novel virus must be very, very high when we are talking about children. I do not believe we have met those standards. I urge the City Council to take a watch and wait stance, and above all, to do no harm. And I also want to remind everybody here that as children become eligible means when this it's supposedly approved for ages 5 to 12, that means children as young as 5 will be mandated to get this vaccine if you pass this resolution. So please don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shaw. The next person whose hand is raised is Principal Desmond Caldwell. Principal Caldwell, do you want to go ahead and unmute?
Good evening. My name is Desmond Caldwell. I am the proud principal of JFK Middle School. I'm here tonight to share my support for Superintendent John Provost. I want to start by saying that I don't enjoy speaking under such circumstances or sharing personal information, but here I am. Last year, I unexpectedly ended up in the national spotlight. Many people try their hardest to go viral, but I promise you it's not fun. Someday I may share all of the hate mail and share the conversations I had to have with my 6-year-old. There's a reason that I refuse to stay and work beyond a certain time. And a lot of people think it's because I am keeping work, home life boundaries, when the fact is that I need to be home to tuck my child in at night, or he thinks the bad people got me. In short, last year was a tough year for a lot of reasons, but one of those reasons was unique for me. I was urged to resign numerous times by family and friends. I was offered several other jobs. I'm still here because of my commitment to your children and the support of Dr. John Provost. I've worked in 3 states for 5 school districts and 9 superintendents, and none of them, 0, have shown me the courtesy, care, respect, support, or mentorship that Dr. Provost has shown me. I promise I would not still be here if not for John Provost. He's truly a servant leader. I've never felt more seen, respected, trusted, consulted, or valued professionally. When I decided to stand up to hate last year, I didn't need support from my superintendent. That's who I am. I didn't need help to make that choice, but John supported me. John knew the fight that was ahead of us. He knew the fight that would ensue, but he backed me the entire way. The fact that I'm here is a testament to John's support. The principals in this district are tasked with leading our respective schools. We should be an important data point for your decisions. Our opinions should matter. We are not afraid of change, far from it. We deal with change on a daily basis. We are change agents. However, a change of superintendent, especially at this critical time, would be a colossal mistake. We are lucky to have Dr. P. We even forgive him for being a Yankees fan. Please vote to ratify Superintendent Provost's contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Caldwell. The next person whose hand is raised, Lori. Lori, if you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I am Lori Valancourt, and the principal of Northampton High School. And tonight I join my colleagues in requesting that Dr. Provost's contract be renewed. I'm asking that this committee commit themselves to the data-driven decision-making that all of the leaders in this school have also been asked to do. And in this case, it is the evaluation process, which reflects our superintendent as proficient and exemplary. I'm requesting that this committee recognize that this is not a time for change. Following a pandemic, it is a time for consistency. It is a time for stability. This is not a time to add additional stress and change to the district that is feeling like we are already flailing and seeking routines and consistency. This is not a time to adjust to new leadership. It's a time for us to lift the vision that drives the district improvement plan, and this school committee and our superintendent have developed that together. I'm asking you to respect that this is not a time to change. It is a time to come together. It is a time to work together, and it is a time to lead together. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. Let's see. There are no other hands raised for public comment. So I will then return back to the agenda for the evening. We have first I'll turn to see if there are any announcements from members of the school committee. Are there any announcements that school committee members have? Okay, I'm not seeing. Oh, Member Gold.
First announcement is thank you, is just I don't want to make sure maybe it's going to come up later in the agenda. Sorry if I'm saying it earlier than it's supposed to be up there, but I want to make sure the public is aware of the efforts by the district to provide written video messaging concerning the anti-discrimination policies within the district. Recently, a video was shared where Dr. Provost was interviewed by 2 students about our policies, and it's a public video. Highly recommend folks watching it. So if you haven't had a chance to see it yet, it's a short 15 or so minute video. I really appreciated it and helped me as a school committee member better understand our policies. So that's one announcement. And the second one is just a little bit of a clarification, Mayor, and I don't know if, help me phrase this the right way, but there was a suggestion and during the public comment just now that we are considering non-renewal of the superintendent's contract. And I just want to clarify that we actually have a vote to ratify the contract. At the last meeting, we voted to give you authority to enter into the contract negotiations. So I just didn't want the public to think that we're voting not to do the contract piece. It's a little bit different. So just trying to clarify that for the public, because I didn't want them to think we're voting for non-renewal at this time.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other announcements from the school committee? Okay, hearing none, I will move then to our recommended actions, item 4, which is our consent agenda. We have one set of minutes on the consent agenda this evening. They are the minutes of June 10th, 2021. And I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded. Member Goldman, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I didn't have a chance to review the meeting notes, and so I won't be able to vote to approve them at this time. I don't know.
Okay, thank you for announcing that. So your abstention is duly noted. Is there any other questions or comments about the minutes or the consent agenda? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman, I'll note your abstention.
Thank you.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
And Member Busansky.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 abstention.
Okay, so the consent agenda is adopted. The next item on the agenda is our reports and recommendations, item 5. And the first item, item A, is a report from our Rules and Policy Committee. So that would be, has Member Fallon joined us? Member Levy, will you be giving that report?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Member Fallon apologizes for having to be late to this meeting. She is doing a law school thing. The report from our subcommittee is that we've got our next meeting scheduled And the agenda items are the anti-bias and hate speech policy, as well as the pesticide policy. So we'll be discussing both of those. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Levy, for that report. The next committee is the Budget and Property Committee, and Member Busansky, is there a report from the Budget and Property Committee?
Thank you. We have not met since the last meeting. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, October 26th at 4:30 p.m. and it is open to the public and will be posted as so. We'll be discussing the October Member Gold had mentioned before update, and to be honest, the agenda is still in formation, so there could be a couple other things on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Busansky. Now we'll move to the Superintendent Evaluation Committee. Member Condon, is there any report from that committee this evening?
Similarly, we have no update other than we will be meeting next Wednesday at 5 p.m. to get a first look at Superintendent Provost's goals for the upcoming year, as well as establish some future meeting dates to move the process forward.
Thank you, Member Condon. The next item on the agenda is the Business Administrators Report, followed by the Personnel Report. And I'll turn to the Business Administrator, Nick Bernier, for that report.
Hello, everyone. In the packet it included the current FY22 appropriation report, which is basically just our year-to-date budget report through October 6th, 2021 is when I printed that. You'll notice that more of the appropriation has been spent than in the previous months, and that's because school has started and payrolls are now hitting that. So you'll see that change a lot more as the months go on than they did in July and August. I'm currently continuing to prepare needed transfers while monitoring the spending of our appropriation funds along with our federal COVID grants. At this time, I guess this is a good segue to item number 2. The ESSER 3 grant application was submitted last Monday. In this nearly $3.4 million proposal, I included allocations for support / tutoring for students, technology replenishment, PD, and also outdoor dining / learning spaces. Among many other things. The list was quite extensive in the report, or the proposal that I submitted. We received input along the way from 9 different groups of stakeholders and took unfinished learning and needs of students who were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic into particular focus while developing this proposal. While I'm the actual one who submits it into the state website, there's I in no way, shape, or form did this by myself. I worked closely with many people to develop a spending plan that was going to be the most impactful that it possibly could as we continue to recover from the pandemic. I'm currently still waiting approval from DESE. There's a pretty big log jam of grant applications sitting in there. A couple of weeks ago, I went to a MASBO event for business managers, and at the time, I had heard there was some people that submitted their proposals in August that hadn't heard yet. So it may be a little bit of time before we hear if the proposal's been accepted or if there's anything I need to do to change it. Sometimes that happens. But there is still plenty of ESSER 2 and even some ESSER 1 money left right now, so it's okay that we have to wait a little time to get that approved. That won't be a problem at all, and we're able to move forward with the spending plans for those 2 grants as they were submitted previously. A more detailed spending plan for our ESSER 3 money will be developed during our FY23 budget process, similar to the ESSER 2 spending plan that was in this current year's budget book. Next item, I'm currently in the process of collecting median salary data from the area. in preparation for upcoming bargaining and negotiations for a new collective bargaining agreement, as our current one will expire at the end of this fiscal year. So that's kind of the starting point of that process, at least on our end. Number 4, during the month of September, one gift was received, which was valued at less than $1,000. It was a $75 gift card to Downtown Sounds that is to be used to support the music program at Bridge Street School. This was donated by Maxine Schmidt and was approved by Dr. Provost. So we thank her very much for that donation. And lastly, also included is the one bill warrant that Member Fallon approved during September of 2021. Normally there's 2 bill warrants, but at the time during September when the second bill warrant would have been done, our accounting and personnel system was shut down for 2 days because they have to start the new fiscal year in it. And turn everything over and do all kind of things that I don't begin to understand. So that shuts it down for a couple of days. We're not able to go in it at all. So there was only one bill warrant for September, but it is in your pack. So that is my financial report. I see that Member Voss has a question.
Thank you, and thank you for your report. I do have a question. I'm really glad that you're starting to look into the median salaries in anticipation of using that data next year. And the question is just, one thing I learned last time was the salaries that are, say, listed on the DESE website are quite out of date by a couple of years. And so are you able to get more current ones, or how are you handling that?
Yes, I am. Basically, the way we do that is to reach out to folks from other districts so we could get their data. We're actually getting some help with this. Superintendent from another district actually volunteered to put together pretty much a compendium of surrounding communities with their current data. So yes, that will be much more current than what's on the district.
And thank you. That's fantastic. I think another piece of information that could be really important to go with that would be some sort of, I don't know exactly what the metric is, but median like years in teaching, or, you know, some way of judging a median salary. Are we comparing it to the same level in our district? Because some small districts might have, you know, more beginning or more teachers at the beginning of their careers, or ones that have been there for a long time, and that can really affect those medians as well.
Yeah, you know, and different towns and municipalities also have different numbers of steps and different grades in their salary scales as well. So, you know, sometimes it's impossible to compare apples to apples there. Generally, the way that it's done is you'll get the lowest salary for each grade, you know, say about the middle, whatever, depending on how many steps you have, and then the highest for that grade. So you would look at bachelor's, you'd look at master's plus 30, and so on, and kind of get your data points that way. You know, once that's all done and we get deeper into the process, that's, you know, when I can really look at our own individual employees and, you know, determine how many are at each point in the, you know, our salary scale, which would give me a way more accurate number of, you know, what salaries could cost next year.
Thanks a lot.
Of course.
Member Gold.
Yeah, just to add, since it's part of the process and maybe it's efficient as well, as Member Voss was saying, finding out when they're doing that compendium, the length of the school day. And so how many, you know, salary relative to how many hours are worked daily, and length of school day would be helpful.
Yeah, that's something that I believe gets looked at when you're looking at hourly employees. You know, because their per hour rate, of course, is going to be different if they work different numbers of hours than in a different district. I don't have complete data at this point. We're very early in the process. But that which I had, I actually did do a little bit of looking at the hourly rates of different, you know, staff members from different districts. And it seemed, at least in what I looked at, and granted, it's nowhere near an exhaustive amount. At this point, it's the school day lengths were similar. The couple I looked at, I believe, had like 10-minute variations, in either direction. It wasn't anything huge in terms of amount of hours worked during the day.
Any other questions for the business administrator? Okay, Nick, do you want to go on to the personnel report?
Sure. So you have in your packet the September 2021 personnel report. There's quite a few new hires, as you can see there. A lot of ESPs. So we're starting to fill some of the vacancies that we had, that we discussed last meeting. We had 5 transfers as well during the month, people just moving from one position to another within the district. And then you see 1 position increase, which we had discussed at the September meeting as well. For separations, there were 6 during the course of the month. We had 2 retirements. 1 individual took a position elsewhere. And then the other 3 were unknowns. Just no reason that I know about at all. Demographic wise, the month of September, in terms of separations, 67% of those that left were female, 33% were male, 83% were identified as Caucasian, and 17%, or 1 of the 6 separations, identified as Black. At the last meeting, I was asked to look at like year-to-date demographics in terms of separations, not just for the month. So I did that. So year-to-date, pretty much since I've been doing this, since I've been on board, we've had 27 separations. That does not include the many that happened in June there that we discussed at the July meeting. I kind of consider those to be FY21 separations because they happened at the end of last school year. But this is from July up till September. We had 27 separations. 70.4% were female, 29.6% male, 85.2% Caucasian, 7.4% Black, 3.7% Asian, and 3.7% or 1 individual identified as white and Hispanic. So I did look at the demographics on a more longitudinal basis there. For the most part, they seem to be in line with our staff demographics as I saw them on the DESE website, which I referenced at the beginning when I started doing this. DESE has not updated this for this year just yet. That must be forthcoming soon. It'll be based on the EPIMS reporting that gets given to the state anytime now. So we should have that, I would hope, within the next month. I believe based on hiring, at least, the hiring that I've seen come across my desk, that the staff will look more diverse than it did last year. So that's my personnel report for the month of September.
Member Levy, you have your hand up.
Thanks so much for the report, Nick, and I really appreciate you listening to our hopes for the kind of data that we might get and responding so swiftly. You actually touched on, I have a few questions and you touched on them. One was, it would be really helpful to see the data next to the demographic data of our staff. And I wonder if I hear you that looks close to you, but if there's a way to put it side by side for us to see, that would be really helpful. And then the other piece was, I was going to ask about the demographics of our new hires. And I wonder if that's something that I don't know if we collect demographics of our staff when we hire them. It sounds like we are waiting for DESE to collect that information. And I'm wondering how if we collected, and if not, why not, and can we start?
Well, we do collect it. Well, the HR department more or less collects it. When you get hired, you go to the HR department and fill out quite a bit of paperwork, including some information about your own demographic data and identity. And that is, DESE gets it from us.
Okay.
So
Got it.
similar to the SIMS data that has to be reported about students. There's what's called EPIMS data, which is really staff data. And in that includes some demographic information, licensure, that kind of thing. So that's kind of how DESE, gets their info about staff. So they are getting it from us.
Okay, great. So then we should be able to go in and pull out the demographics of our new hires, as well as the demographics of our current staff, as they might, so that we can compare those to the folks who have separated.
Yeah, that's doable.
Great. And then I think, and I'm sorry if I'm not remembering, I thought we had asked if you could put together not just a year to date, but a 5-year tally of separations. Is that something that, am I making this up, that I thought we had talked about this? If not, is it, I hate to keep asking you to go back and do more and more and more. But I think that would be helpful and something that we could just continually update.
That would have to be something I would have to get from HR. We did talk about that at the last meeting, so you're not making that up.
Okay.
It would they would have that information. I don't believe I could go back far enough in the system to get all of that. But it would also require probably some bandwidth on their behalf as well. Like, I don't know how easy that would be for them to do, but it's certainly a conversation that I could have.
That'd be great. And I do recall now when you say HR that's what you said last time around. And if there's somebody in HR who's able to put that together and then maintain that report as one that can be regularly reported or annually reported to the school committee, I think that would be really helpful.
I can have a conversation and just see what the feasibility of getting that would be, and what that would entail and everything. But I do agree that once that's established, continuing to maintain it is important, because if you don't, then you can't analyze it and make decisions based off it, or problem solve if you feel you need to, or you can't do anything with it if it doesn't get maintained.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Member Gold.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I was wondering, did you share how many vacancies we still have? And if you don't have that today, no worries.
I can get that to you tomorrow. I apologize for that. It was something I wanted to do, and then I got carried away working on the capital
no worries.
proposals that we're going to be doing later on tonight. So, and also it unfortunately, the vacancies can vary from day to day. You could get somebody resign on the fly, and so if I actually put the vacancies on the personnel report, like when it's printed and given to you, it might not necessarily reflect what's actually there when we have the meeting. But yeah, I can easily look that up and get that info to you.
Okay. And you don't have to do it tomorrow. Like, if you want to, yeah. If it isn't reasonable to get, don't worry about it. We can
it's reasonable. It's not hard to get at all.
Okay, cool. But I mean, like, yeah, if it doesn't make sense to do it, I'm down. Yeah. But if maybe next meeting, fine too. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for the business administrator? Okay, thank you so much, Nick, as always. And now we'll move on to item F on the agenda, which is superintendent's report. And I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Provost.
Thank you, Mayor Narkowitz. Before I get into my report, I just want to take a moment to thank everybody who spoke during public comment tonight. It's often remarked that one of the tragedies of human life is that you are not able to be an active participant or even conscious at your own wake, because that's when people say the good things about you. I feel like tonight I was able to hear what might be said at my wake. And so that's an experience that I'll take forward with me for the rest of my life. I thank everyone who contributed to that. I also thank those of you who embedded criticisms within your endorsements of me, which I'm truly am guilty of. My only fear after hearing that is that at my actual wake, any of you who survive me may attempt to bury me for all of eternity with a Red Sox cap, which I suppose would be a fitting punishment for my sins. So anyways, with that being said, I will move forward to the more formal part of my report, and I will begin sharing my screen. So you'll recognize this from our district improvement plan. This is the goal 2 page. I'm calling your attention to the last objective in the systemic policies and practices column. I have some really exciting news to share about the progress towards the district improvement objective circled here, which is communicating our existing policies to caregivers and protocols for managing situation when students experience a microaggression or racism, sexism, or transphobia. The exciting part is not the 40-page summary of the district's anti-discrimination policies that everyone received in their emails this week. The real exciting part is the opportunity to engage with students. As Member Gold mentioned earlier this week, we do have our first video up, which is the companion piece to the memo that went out earlier this week. This is a shot from the first episode of that companion series, which we launched at students' suggestion to support a better understanding of the district's anti-discrimination policies. I'm realistic about the public appetite for a long policy document, but I'm already up to 250 views of episode 1, which makes me feel that we're having an impact. This week, I had the pleasure of taping episode 2, in which we explore policy ACA, non-discrimination on the basis of sex. My guests this week were JFK Middle School students Amelia Durbin and Zara Usman. The episode should drop next week, so like it on Facebook and subscribe to the channel. With the formation of the District Family Action Team, we've also taken a huge step forward to the DIP objective from Goal 3, the first one in the caregiver and student engagement column, which is to engage caregivers, students, and the community members with a formal ongoing feedback mechanism to identify issues and concerns that creates differentiated opportunities for family voice and engagement. So let me talk about how we're doing that. And I want to thank Lauren Berry for the next slides I'll be sharing with you, because some of these are borrowed from her. So I think there may be 2, yeah. So the District Family Action Team is something the ALT team has been developing as part of their work with Black Print in the DESE Culturally Responsive Leadership Practices Academy, which is a 3-year-long professional development experience that all members of the district administrative team are engaged in with colleagues across the state. We're currently in year 2, and at this point in the process, our goal is to bring forward a culturally responsive leadership model that can be shared with other districts at a showcase later on this year or early next year. So this is a multi-part plan, as you may recall from the DIP implementation guide with metrics. The plan for this year is for the district to establish and sustain a district action team made up of family engagement leaders and community partners to strengthen engagement efforts and provide resources to support educators and families in the district. And that is to become a model for the work and a support for the work next year, which will be for each of the schools to establish and sustain school family action teams. So the district action team will collaborate with the FSE coordinator to deepen their understanding of the Strengthening Partnerships Framework and Family Engagement and Fundamentals tool. That's a resource we're using to guide this work. The DAT will be made up of NPS staff and community members whose family engagement support spans the 6 schools. The DAT will collaborate to identify areas of their work that need strengthening or sustaining and provide resources to support educators and family partnerships in the district. And DAT meetings will be facilitated by our FSE coordinator, and the group will meet throughout the school year. So we had our first meeting last week. The district action team could include, but not be limited to, the FSE coordinator, district social workers, school registrar, early childhood staff, student services, community workers, clerical staff, the superintendent, the REAL coordinator, Title I coordinator, and focused program coordinator. We had most of these roles represented at our kickoff meeting last week. Our goal as a district leadership group is to support family engagement efforts for our schools and faculty. We feel it's imperative to build resources for them and model practices for them. We'll support the goal by utilizing school-based family engagement assessment data to build capacity of staff and schools in the district, by advocating for district partnerships with district partnership personnel and resources, and supporting and participating in the school-based partnership teams to be developed next year. So let me close with 2 quick updates that are not directly related to the district improvement plan. I want to talk to you about the superintendent's health and safety advisory committee and childcare. I'm pleased to announce that we have hired Gabrielle Hollander as our child care coordinator. She's in the process of setting up training for our early bird and late bird staff and developing the policies we need to submit to obtain state approval for the program. From the Health Advisory Committee, I'd like to share that we're seeing a definite downward trend in disease identification rates, both in our community and regionally. I know many in our community want the implementation of test and stay to begin as soon as possible, and that is our ultimate goal. We still feel we need to get pooled testing and symptomatic testing working first. As you know, I've been a strong advocate for additional resources for pooled testing in our district. I'd like to acknowledge the work that CIC Health has done to increase staffing in the past 2 weeks. I'd also like to thank the Commissioner and Governor for prioritizing Northampton for additional testing support from the National Guard while CIC continues to build its workforce. But even with all of this, we've not begun to conduct double swab pool testing. And I think that double swab will be a significant step forward because it'll allow us to conduct contact tracing more efficiently. We are probably at least 2 weeks away from having the staff needed to implement double swabbing because the double swab takes about twice as long as a single swab. I think I'm getting Zoom bombed here. So let me stop the share. Probably still 2 weeks away from implementing the double swab testing. As I was saying, we need more staff because it takes twice as long. But with all these things being said, we are definitely getting better and better at testing every week. Database issues are being resolved, more testers are coming online, and the productivity of testers is increasing as they gain more experience. So good things are happening, and even better things lie ahead in the area of our health and safety protocols. And that's my report for this month.
Thank you, Dr. Provost. Okay, sorry, I just have to switch back to my agenda here. So next we move on to the new business portion of our agenda. That would be item 7. We have on the first order of business is the student representative report. And Lila Niels Duffy is our student representative. Lila, are you still with us? I'm not.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, excellent. Great. Sorry. Too many screens to look for. So please proceed with your report. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, I'm Lila. I'm the student union representative to the school committee for this coming year. I'm a 10th grader at Northampton High School. And I'll just be I'll just be presenting to you a little bit. So just a brief overview of what the student union's been doing. We just elected our cabinet. For treasurer, we got Jake Fine. The chair is going to be Kamini Waldman. The vice chair is going to be Tolly Serlin. And our secretary is Eloise. So yeah, we also just formed our subcommittees for this year. We have a lot of subcommittees going on right now. We have an anti-racism and bias subcommittee that's going on from last year that presented a little bit in the meeting before this one. The lending library subcommittee, a mental health subcommittee, an athlete subcommittee for athletes to help each other through missing classes because of the late start time. A wellness subcommittee to try to look over the wellness curriculum and see how we can improve it if we want to. A fundraising subcommittee for our grants, and a subcommittee to deal with the unsafe intersection in front of the school. As you all know, I'm sure there was a kind of tragic incident earlier this week or last week, I think. And so I know that that's also being dealt with by the city. And a constitution amendment subcommittee to amend our constitution. The student union constitution is pretty old, so there are a lot of student union members that want to update it. A flex block and start time subcommittee to deal with these recent changes and see how students are feeling about them. And a survey subcommittee, which is just kind of writing and sending out a survey to the student body to poll students on different issues and influence what we're going to be doing this year. So some things that have been going on at NHS this year is that this week is booster week. I believe on Monday, each grade did a different theme. There was a rock and roll theme, an Olympians theme, a Cowboys theme, and an out of this world theme. There was an issue with this booster week that at one point the plan was for a grade to dress up as founding fathers, which a lot of students, particularly students of color, found problematic and kind of harmful to them because of the harm that founding fathers did against the Black community and were slaveholders and all of that. But that was changed to the rock and roll and etc. theme. I believe yesterday we took the PSATs. So a lot of sophomores and juniors did the prerequisite to the SAT and the practice SAT. And that was a big thing in the school. Last week, I think the Northampton High School team played the Amherst football team. It was called the Battle of the Bridge, and Northampton won 42-0. So that was very exciting. And the last thing is that the musical is going on, and they're holding auditions in a few weeks, I think. And so there are posters all over the school about that. Yeah, I think that's the end of my report. Just a quick update on what's going on at the high school.
Thank you so much, Lila. We appreciate it. There's Member Levy, you have your hand up.
A really important question. What is the musical?
That's a great question. The musical is Mamma Mia.
Okay. All you ABBA fans out there. Any other questions for our student representative? Okay, thank you so much again. We'll now move on to item B under new business, and that is a report on the special education audit. Director Plummer is here, and this was an item that had previously been on another agenda that got moved to this agenda. So I'll turn it over to you, Pam, to give the report.
Sure. And for my colleagues who know me, I'm super distracted now that we were just talking about the school musical and how excited I am that it's back. I will just say that's very exciting news. So I definitely can't start this presentation tonight without a few sentences supporting what my colleagues shared earlier. I have been incredibly lucky to work with John, the other Dr. P, for the better part of a decade. And I second the eloquent words my colleagues shared tonight. I can't match them. I might be able to sing a song about them, but I can't match their words. I'm so glad that despite the very difficult and long days we experienced, John, that you were able to hear those comments made publicly tonight. And I hope they stay in your heart for a long, long time. You're a true servant leader, putting the needs of our community ahead of everything else. You're an exceptional superintendent and a remarkable person, and I'm grateful for your leadership. So I will now start sharing my screen. I'm gonna try this, let's see. Hold on, it's coming. All right. Can you see it? I go to the beginning. Can anybody see it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. So for people who just need a little bit more information, the special education audit, and we had some civil rights standards that were embedded into this particular audit, or tiered focus review, they call it now, is every 3 years. Our process was delayed a little bit because of COVID. This is my 5th year. So when I had first started, we were in the middle of a review. At that time, the review resulted in 5 findings, and this time we had 1 finding. So that's a tremendous amount of progress in the period of time that we had just experienced. I do want to say that I'm incredibly grateful for the work that was accomplished by our teams, particularly since March of 2020. In my professional career, I've never been prouder of anything than how our teams collaborated with each other last year and with families since the start of COVID to ensure that everyone was safe, cared for, and that students were getting the services they needed to the best extent possible. The fact that our department was found out of compliance for only 1 standard at a time when the education system was in upheaval is a remarkable testament to the work that was done by our teams. I really couldn't be prouder. And with that said, I know we have work to do. It's a really hard fact that even when we felt like we were working our hardest, we still weren't able to maintain deadlines for the evaluation process for all students. But I am confident that we can improve our practices through some of the steps I'll mention in this brief presentation tonight. So I'm trying to turn my page and I can't. Here we go. All right, so first, I'm just gonna turn off I'm trying to read off of 2 things. Here we go. So you can see that the first slide right here. Nope. There we go. This is the list. We had over 30 indicators that we were responsible for. You can see that I'm just listing them here, and then I'll describe the process a little bit later. But things they look at are a process for looking at requirements for students with autism, looking at our timeline eligibility determination, looking at our process for doing independent evals or re-evals or assessments are properly selected. I keep trying to change the page and it's very slow, so hold on. The second set of standards is right there. It's really looking at transition, everything from how we do our progress reports, which was actually an area that was indicated 3 years ago as an area of concern, how we look at the least restrictive environment, how we include caregivers in our participation. And we also looked at, I went backwards. This is terrible. I'm telling you, I'm scrolling to the right and it's not going to the right. So something's going wrong. I don't know what to do here. Hold on. I'm just gonna exit. All right. I don't know what's happening. Let me try one more time and then I'll just read to you if I have to. But this is, here we go.
There's sometimes a lag, I know, with PowerPoint.
Yeah.
So sometimes you hit twice inadvertently. So I'm not sure.
It works when I touch my mouse pad slightly, but when I touch it to the
How about the arrow?
Here I go. I've got it. The left side of my mouse pad is working well. And oh Lord. Okay. So here's the most important part. We were found in compliance for everything. We had 3 indicators, which is actually part of the year. It requires you to collect even more information. So one of them was a transition indicator that was highlighted in the previous slides. The others were indicators 11 and 12. One of those relates to timelines and the other relates to eligibility from when students are identified from REACH, so up to age 3 to their transition to our preschool programming, that timeline. And ultimately we had, I'll explain the process we went through for that. But at the end of all of it, we were found out of compliance for one area, which is special ed criterion 9, which was found to be partially implemented. So the timeline for determinant of eligibility within 45 school working days after receipt of the parent's written consent to an initial evaluation or reevaluation, the school district determines whether the student is eligible for special education. Student record review and interviews indicated that the district did not consistently provide the parents with a proposed IEP and proposed placement along with the required notice of proposed school district action within 45 days from the time consent for evaluation was received. So I just want to bring us back to the timeline of this. So back in November of 2019, which was the November before COVID started, I participated in a training about the data collection that was going to be happening in the spring of 2020. We all know the spring of 2020 was very different from what we thought we were going to experience. The indicator 11 data collection window was October 1st through December 31st, 2019, and that was the consent received for initial evals. Indicator 12 data collection window, which was around our EI transition timeline, was January 1st to March 31st of 2020. March 17th through April 6th, 2020, we had a pause in evaluation timelines. We had a pause in almost everything in the world. Our special education timelines, though, did resume April 7th, 2020, despite the fact that we were all remote and working from home and schools were closed. We prioritized at the time annual reviews, so we made sure we can do any meetings that didn't involve actual testing. If possible, we started those up right away. And we made sure that we postponed initials and reevaluations. We actually did start doing some remote assessments. Some of our incredibly skilled providers started doing remote evaluations. I just like this data point, on April 15th, our first Northampton Public Schools IEP was actually accepted via email. And at that point, we were really trying to start prioritizing our initial and reevaluation meetings that had been postponed. And those where testing was complete was a priority. In the summer, we started a combination of in-person and remote summer programming. It shifted our due dates for our self-assessment and our indicators, and we completed a lot of that work in the summer. We uploaded all of our self-assessment documents in the fall of 2020 when we were all trying to figure out how the school year was beginning. And we began with earnest really completing evaluations that had been delayed from the spring of 2020. In December of 2020, we received a non-compliance letter from DESE for indicators 11 and 12, which was the timelines for the transition from the REACH transitions, and also our timelines for evaluations. And we submitted a corrective action plan. We received closure letters for both of those in May and June of 2021. And in May of 2021, we actually had our on-site TFM. We were going to have it earlier, where we actually have members from DESE come and review piles of documents and interview our faculty and caregivers. That actually got postponed because we had hoped we could at least wait until people had vaccines, because we needed to be able to invite people into our spaces. So when they did come, they did record reviews, caregiver surveys. There was a PAC meeting, a parent advisory committee meeting and interview, an educator and administrator interviews, and caregiver interviews as requested. So in terms of the one area where we were found non-compliant, DESE is very clear that if you're not able to get an IEP to the family by the 45th day, there are allowable reasons, which include a parent scheduling need. So in case the parent needed to reschedule a meeting, if the evaluation was extended with signed parental consent, if a student was ill, if there was a parent delay in returning consent, if there's a school closure because of weather, if we got a late referral from EI, or we don't have enough time for an evaluation at the end of the year. Reasons for delay not allowed: district scheduling problem, insufficient staff availability, lack of qualified staff, and evaluator reports not received on time. So as you might anticipate, the pieces that factored into ours most prominently were district scheduling and staff availability this past year, for sure, were a big challenge, and continue to be a challenge this year, in that when we have meetings, we really need subs to cover the classes, so all of the participants can be at the meeting. And I think you'll see, we'll talk about this later tonight. We continue to have issues with subs, but certainly we want to be able to prioritize these initials and the reeval meetings. I want to point out, I mentioned the tremendous work that our teams did in May and June of 2021 alone, which was about 34 working days. We had 269 team meetings, which is about 8 meetings a day across the district, which is quite a lot. I tried to look back at some longitudinal data, and in previous years, when we've ranged from like 170 to 180 initial evals per year, in the 2021 school year, we did 150 initials, which is pretty remarkable, given how many challenges we were up against. I mentioned some of the things that were related to our non-compliance findings, certainly illnesses and absences at the time of data collection. We also found that our information system had gotten pretty bogged down, and it isn't particularly user-friendly. We spent a lot of time this summer making sure that our data was incredibly clear in the information system, and that's been very helpful in our ability to track timelines and monitor cases. We've also had some restructuring in early childhood and student services in terms of making sure that, which we had already identified even prior to the audit, there was an increase in the preschool education team leader hours with the sole focus on special education, which is really key. The restructuring of the EL coordinator position. We also have, which has allowed me to be able to participate more with making sure that we're staying in compliance across the district. We have a dedicated evaluation team at the preschool level, which allows us to have to rely less on our preschool teachers, which makes them have to cancel services or leave their students. And we also have our early childhood center has instituted weekly, I think I'm pretty sure they're weekly meetings with contractors to make sure that we're really paying attention to the timelines for EI with Criterion and Reach. We have a new process for monitoring timelines that includes the time it takes to mail things. We have basically an alarm system that goes off in our office when an initial and a reeval comes through that we're very attendant to. And we also have a process for completing it bilingual evaluations that's more clear. We have a much stronger collaboration with our EL coordinator in our new structure. We have an increased number of EL teachers in the district. We use our EL assessments better in order to inform decisions. We have a clarified SST process that includes our EL teachers if the student is an English language learner. And we have a more efficient and effective system for referral. We have a contracted Spanish bilingual evaluator that has contracted for a number of evals with us. I found out way after the fact that we were contracting one case at a time, which I hadn't quite realized, which meant the person was waiting for each individual contract in order to get started. Instead, we started the year by saying, here, please expect to have at least this number of evals in this fall, and we'll look at the contract again in the spring. So that's allowed us to stick to timelines much more effectively. And we also purchased the bilingual verbal abilities test for all of our schools, and psychologists are able to utilize that in order to determine the language that testing needs to occur in. Finally, this is really the last step. We submitted a corrective action plan that was approved, and we need to complete the following, which is by October 29th, we have to have trained all of our staff around this particular criterion. and we need to, I need to submit the sign-in sheets to make and the agenda from those meetings. And then by February 28th, 2022, conduct a review of 20 student records across all grade levels with initial or re-eval team meetings held after September 2021 training was provided for evidence that the caregivers were provided a proposed IEP and proposed placement within 45 school working days after the receipt of the parents' written consent. And we need to submit a spreadsheet to DESE with that information. So that is a summary of our audit results, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Plummer. Are there any questions for Member Goldman? Your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Plummer, for that report. It is, congratulations, it's great. One question I had is, you were talking about that non-compliance was determined for 11 and 12, and that previously, and that now for them to know that you're in compliance, you're going to submit evidence to DESE. How does DESE find out initially that you're out of compliance? I know it's part of an audit process, but is it also a spreadsheet with dates and numbers, or is it some other way that that's determined?
Sure. So we actually, we only have to submit a corrective action for one at this point. We had already submitted them for 2 indicators. It's weird, the timing was off because of COVID, and we were found to be in compliance. And then we still have this one for initial and re-evals that's left. But every year, districts are required to submit a specific number of indicator data to DESE. And in this particular previous year, those are the ones we needed to submit. They were very, very clear of what you're collecting. So you're looking at every student who turned 3 between the age, between the months of I think it was January 1st and March 30th of 2021. And you're looking so specifically at the dates everything happened. And you submit that through a smart macro spreadsheet, and they then look at it and ask you more questions about the data and then determine if you have to take follow-up steps because you are out of compliance or not.
Thank you.
Sure.
Dr. Provost.
I just wanted to share some context with the committee as a former special education director. I've been through this audit process about 5 times in 2 different districts. And I'll just say that this is an extremely common finding. In the best of times, with every potential, advantage, I don't think I ever had a report that didn't have a finding of non-compliance on this. There was a time when DESE used to give this thing called substantial compliance, which means, if we look at 100 files and, 95 of them were within timeline and 5 were out, we'd say, okay, you're obviously doing this almost all the time. But now it's really only takes 1 file that's out of compliance to result in a finding of non-compliance. So I just want to really, again, echo your words of thanks to the special education department for everyone who, gutted out all of those team meetings, got the evaluations done as quickly as they could. And it's not surprising to me at all that, in the midst of a global pandemic, you had a few IEPs that were more than 45 days late.
Yeah, I think what John pointed out, you end up being out of compliance if you're 1 day over or if you were 30 days over. And so for us, there were all sorts of factors that played into it. Certainly staffing and the ability to have meetings in a timely manner, but also just things we were doing on our end. And like I said, we have bells and whistles now that go off in our office. We actually really do have like special colored paper and bells and whistles, and we are hand delivering some IEPs to students' homes if the student is turning 3 the following Monday, just to make sure that those services are in place. It's hard, but we're making sure we have a backlog of cases right now. And in one of our buildings right now, we actually have a substitute ETL who can help with really holding meetings very, very quickly and getting those IEPs out in time. So those are things we're doing as a result of the pandemic for sure.
Member Gold, your hand is up.
Yeah, thanks. Dr. Plummer, as part of the audit, did CPAC were they, is it really just a, and I'm sorry if you mentioned it in your presentation, but what role does CPAC have, and have they been shared this presentation as well already?
Yeah, so CPAC actually had an individual meeting with they don't like to be called auditors, but with the people from DESE. They met, they went over the process, and then they were part of, one of our co-chairs was part of the interview process. And I shared the results with them as soon as we got them.
I'll having attended, I forgot what event it was. There was a CPAC event where there were a lot of parents and were there, and there was a discussion. I just feel like it'd be something that'd be good, like a unique, like public sharing of it, to show this how much is, specific to just that, inviting parents to see like what happened, or to hear, I think it could answer a lot of questions or give a lot of information on how much is being done, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, we have our first big meeting coming up. If it's not next week, it's the week after. And certainly I could talk to them about making that a part of it, for sure. Thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments for Dr. Plummer this evening? Okay, thank you so much for the presentation, and have a good evening. Thank you. So the next item on our agenda is a vote, and this is regarding the district's capital requests to the to the mayor, and I believe we have Nick and Antonio Pagan presenting, as well as Tony Kuzniers. Let me see who wants to go first. What's the order of speaking?
I guess I can start. So I'm going to really just focus on transportation and food service. Antonio will obviously handle IT, and Tony will discuss other building maintenance proposals. So in the packet, and this was added into the folder today, so hopefully you've had time to see it. Looking at what we would like to include in our capital proposal for FY23, we'd like to start with an 8-passenger van. We already have 2 in our fleet, and there's a couple of reasons for wanting to go in this direction. I know initially, looking at last year's capital project summary, there was a 30-passenger wheelchair bus that was possibly going to be proposed for FY23, but I had a good couple of conversations with Tammy Lever, our transportation supervisor, and she believes an 8-passenger van addition to our fleet would be a good direction in which to go, because primarily that this will help us not have to contract as much as we currently are with an outside vendor to transport mainly special education students, but also students who are considered homeless or in foster care. And we do contract quite a bit, specifically with Vanpool, to do that. So adding an 8-passenger van to our fleet would be helpful. And according to Tammy's analysis, replacing one of the 30-passenger wheelchair buses, it will be able to wait another year to propose to do that. The estimated cost of this would be about $70,000. Benefits would obviously be, it would give us more flexibility in scheduling our pickups and drop-offs. It'll allow us to transport more of our students rather than having to contract. And looking at it from a climate lens, which I believe was added to the form just this year, the benefit there would be currently the vans that we contract with from Vanpool travel all the way up to Northampton from Wilbraham. which is where their garage is. If we added a van to our fleet, it would be able to park locally and thus travel many fewer miles throughout the day. Fewer miles traveled would be fewer overall emissions locally. Obviously, the driving would still take place within Northampton, but locally, the van would be traveling fewer miles than it would be if it were coming from Wilbraham. So that would be something that we would propose to be part of the capital plan for FY23. The other three items are food service related. A steamer and kettle unit and a double convection oven unit. Those were on last year's list for FY23. I spoke at length with Ms. Delhanna, our food service director, and those are definitely needed for next year. The steamer and kettle unit, it's inoperable at this point. It's not able to be used. And the double convection oven unit is aging and needing quite a bit of repair. So that is definitely a priority for next year. The last item would be a dishwasher for the NHS kitchen. This was not on the plan for FY23, looking at last year's summary form. But the dishwasher, since the publication of that form last year, has proven to be in need of being repaired. So replaced. So the estimated cost for that would be about $35,000, ballpark figure at this time. But so anyway, those are our largest priorities going into next year. I don't know if you want me to discuss the things that I would suggest for FY24 or leave that for another year. I don't know what you would like me to do there.
I think well, there's some hands up, so let's see where the hands go on those. Member Seraphy Cox.
Thanks. Nick, I have a question about the van that's a part of the plan. I remember that the superintendent was going to be working with the city to investigate how we can move away from either diesel or gas engine powered vehicles. So I'm wondering how this expenditure would relate to that process. Like, would we be able to get a hybrid or electric vehicle?
It's very possible. I don't believe any meetings have taken place yet with the city concerning the plan going forward in terms of replacing current vehicles with either hybrid or electric ones. But I know it was discussed at a previous meeting that there was going to be some sort of, I'm not sure if it was a committee that was going to be formed or possibly just a couple of meetings just to kind of determine the plan going forward so the city and the school department could both be on the same page regarding this, because in order to do that, we have to be, we need the infrastructure to be able to charge vehicles should they need it. Currently, we don't have the infrastructure to charge that or charge an electric vehicle. Our vans are housed at JFK, and there's no charging station there currently. But I depending on the outcome of whatever meetings are held or whatever committee is formed, it's certainly worth looking into what options would be available for an 8-passenger van.
Member Voss.
Maybe I'll let Dr. Provost
Yeah.
go ahead of me if that's okay. And then
Sure. I just wanted to give some context on that. We did, as a result of those prior meetings, reach out to the city about wanting to form a joint committee to discuss the future of electric vehicles in Northampton, and the city responded positively. I do think that since the time that's happened, a lot of the energy of the same people who would be involved with that has gone into trying to get our application for the solar arrays ready. So I just think that's why we haven't had more meetings about that, but that's definitely coming.
Can I go now?
Yes, Member Voss, sorry.
Thanks. So one clarification, Nick. I was on the subcommittee that talked about these buses last year. So I think we had a 30-passenger bus, which I actually had some serious questions about the need for. Did we buy that, or are we saying this 8-passenger van is instead of that?
We did buy a bus at the beginning of FY22. So I believe the bus to which you're referring has been purchased. The one that would be on this sheet for FY24 would be another one, replacing an older one. So the one that we purchased, it's not in yet. It's been purchased, but just like everything else, orders are backed up and there's supply chain issues and everything, but it's coming. Supposedly it's going to be ready in November. That's the last I heard.
Okay, thank you. So this one you're proposing, you said 2024, that it's an 8-passenger van?
Yeah, sorry, the 8-passenger van would be for next year. Another bus would be for the year after.
Okay, so I guess there are definitely some challenges with electric bus infrastructure, and I'm glad that's moving ahead to discuss. There's also grants and a lot of upcoming ability to try to start transitioning to that. And I agree it needs to be done with the city, but vans take a lot less charge than a huge bus. And I really think before we approve buying a fossil fuel powered van, we should know more what's available in the world of an electric vehicle for this, and try to see what we can do. The charging stations for these kinds of things are starting to pop up all over the city, and they're just not, I don't know exactly what an 8-passenger van requires, but it seems to be the scope of things that are getting charged, and within a year or two might be very reasonable. And instead of putting my hand up for all of these capital improvements, I'm going to say this now and maybe at the end, but and I see Tony's hands up, and Tony, some of the things you're going to talk about, this applies to as well. We, I think, are making a really big mistake in spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on anything that requires fossil fuels at this point, as our city and our world is trying to transition off of them. So entire heating systems that run on fossil fuels, if we're going to be putting hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars into those, we should reconsider and see what the options are. And Northampton has certain goals to rid ourselves of fossil fuel, and there's just a lot of these capital improvements on this list that I don't understand well enough to know if they're short-term fixes for a transition, but anything that's really looking to last on the horizon of more than 5 years, I have to really question putting this amount of money into. I'll stop there. I'll keep a list.
Okay, before I turn it over to Tony, I wanted to just say that one of the capital projects that's been underway, a capital project that's part of our climate planning, is a project where we're doing an analysis of every city and school building to look at the conversion to electric, to electrification, to move away from fossil fuels. So that is a process that's been underway, and Chris Mason has been leading that, and we've had them, the folks going through all of our buildings. So I'm not sure what when that'll be completed. But Tony, you have your hand up.
David, sorry, just to finish what I said. Then it would be helpful to know if that work of Chris Mason has affected, which of these capital improvement recommendations have been affected and looked at by that group and which haven't. So as you go, if you know the answers to that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you that, except Chris is well aware, and so is our central services department, that this, they're the ones leading this effort. So I'm fairly confident that anything we'll be doing, unless it's emergency related, will be we'll be looking to the future, not with fossil fuel. But I can't give you specifics of each one of these. But this is an initial request that goes to the city, and then it is going to have to go through our city review, and ultimately will be developed into a plan, which is still subject to appropriation and all the other process. So, but you're definitely, your points are well taken. Tony?
Hi there. I was going to add something real quick, and I'm not going to go into my list right now, but I don't know if I can add the electric van is one of the things that is on my list, and one of the things that Chris Mason and I are looking at. And Ford does make an electric transit van. The limitation is the mileage. So that charge only goes 126 miles. So I think it can be outfitted to a cargo van, which we would have, but I don't know if it would be retrofitted for passengers. I think it can, but it still has a 126 mile limit. Just putting that out there.
Member Busansky.
Thanks. I guess I'm just curious, Mayor, if there's any kind of companion piece on this list to support, an electric charging station or, any kind of capital improvements on that end, or maybe you're not at that point yet.
What the school has submitted, definitely the city has been expanding our charging infrastructure, but
but not for buses or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing the Roundhouse lot over right now and adding a bunch of charging stations there. And certainly the departments that have electric vehicles currently in the city, which include, the fire department and parking maintenance and trying to think of the other one, we have charging stations that have been installed there. So certainly going along with any electric vehicle purchase, we would want to make sure that we're charging stations to be able to support them. So I think it'll be a two-step process, I think, as we're developing, or a parallel process as we're looking at vans. We'll have to, account for, where we'll be able to locate charging stations.
Okay. And then I was just going to add that in my day job, I got word from the state that the state, not this year, but next year, is moving to only allowing state money to be used for hybrid and electric vehicles. That's affecting my work. I don't know if that'll be for cities and towns as well, but they're really trying to align their whole sustainability plan with the way that they give out money across the board. So I think the sooner that we prepare for this, the better, because we might bump into that moment where I know we want to be ahead of this as a community, but we might not even have a choice. So.
No doubt. And I mean, when Northampton became a green community under the state's program, we did pledge to only buy vehicles that were, hybrid and or met certain green standards were. The challenge still remains that many of the specialized vehicles, dump trucks and fire engines and things like that just aren't available yet in electric. They should be, they could be. We have hybrid cruisers now, and little electric parking vehicles. Our assessors are getting an electric vehicle because they basically just drive around town, so it's perfect for them. Our fire inspector has a plug-in hybrid, again, just in-town driving. So we've been moving in that direction, but the challenge is going to be the actual development of these specialized vehicles. Okay, Member Voss, your hand is up.
Yeah, just to continue this. So when we're asked to vote on this in a short while from now, and I don't want to vote for something that is going to be run by fossil fuel in terms of a van. I mean, I know you say you can change it. I'd rather vote for an electric passenger van if possible, and you can change it back to the other. But what I learned last year was sometimes these buses and vans can be used for an extra year or two. And I just don't see a point in investing in something brand new that's not going to be running on this electric infrastructure that the city's building. So how can we modify this to meet that goal? Is it possible?
I would say that the requirements, and we say this to every department, that the requirements for a CIP submission are you need to research it and get the bids and get the costs of operating and maintaining whatever the piece of equipment is. So I don't know what was priced here, but if there's changes that have to be made to these, then you'd have to if you're rejecting a certain type of vehicle, then you'd have to just make sure that whatever data was needed to be collected so that the form could be updated. And what I'm saying is that if it's a $40,000 fossil fuel vehicle, but it may cost 60 for the electric or something, then you just have, that has to be updated on what specifically you're looking to purchase.
Can I just clarify something before we move forward? I don't have my heart set on purchasing a van that uses fossil fuel. I just, with the current infrastructure that exists for charging this van where it would be, parked right now, and the fact that these forms are due to the Capital Committee tomorrow, I had to write it with the parameters with which I had. I didn't want to write it as, an electric or hybrid vehicle, not knowing that I'd be able to have that thing charged sufficiently as it needs to be. So I just wanted to clarify that before we move forward here. I didn't know exactly where we were in the process of getting more charging stations, and there was a deadline. So that's why this was written the way it was.
Member Gold.
Yeah, just Nick, is leasing ever an option? Because I do hear the whole idea of buying something that's maybe is going to outlast its environmental friendliness. Is leasing ever an option on a van?
I'm not sure. It would definitely be worth looking into.
Okay, yeah, like if there's a way that we could just lease one for 5 years or whatever. I don't know. Looking at that, that'd be interesting to know that possibly.
Any other questions about this? Okay, sorry, Member Busanski.
Just a quick question on the process. So we vote on this. I believe Member Levy might be our liaison to this committee. So
that is correct. There's a liaison from the City Council and the school committee. And then there's 3 members of the public who also serve on this, along with and led by the finance director. And the committee's role is to really take all these CIP forms, actually have interviews with department heads who submitted them, and then to basically go through and try to prioritize them, like what are the highest priority, medium and long range priority, and sort of to vet them that way. And then it sort of gets turned over then to the finance director and the mayor to then work on developing the plan, which is to actually figure out what the whole exercise of the CIP is to assess all of your potential capital needs on a rolling 5-year basis, but then also to map out how you would propose to pay for them, like how they would actually fit into the city's debt structure or other structures to pay for it. So that's sort of what the process looks like.
So is there an opportunity in that process for our liaison then to advocate, or as this document's being kind of refined, to work on, looking for a electric or hybrid vehicle?
I mean, I think it would really be a case of the school department, because the committee is not refining requests. They're not changing requests or refining requests. They're really looking at the requests in a totality and then trying to really see what they feel are the highest priority, trying to put them in some sort of priority order. So really I think it would be more appropriate for the school department if it wanted to make a change. I mean, obviously I know your deadline is tomorrow and we're having this conversation tonight, but I don't, obviously we wouldn't want wholesale changes of everybody's capital requests, but if there was a substitution that needed to be made mid-process, that certainly would be allowed. So I don't think that, so certainly if someone wanted to modify their request, that certainly could happen. So I guess that's my best guess. It wouldn't really be up for the committee. Doesn't it's not their job to change the requests or modify the requests or re-engineer the requests. That's not really what their role is. So that would be my best suggestion on that.
So it sounds like there's an opportunity for us to refine it for the school department to. refine
Yes.
or to change it, sort of. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So Member Levy.
My question is about our process tonight, because I have some questions about some of the other pieces that we haven't yet been presented. Are those still coming, or should we ask questions about those things now?
I think Nick was presenting his, and then I thought other folks were going to present their aspects of the plan.
Okay, great, thank you.
So I'm not sure who that, if that's Tony or who wants to go next.
I can be next.
Oh, go ahead, Antonio.
Okay, good night again. I have only one request, so this will be pretty easy. I actually, we decided to call the project the 21st Century Classroom Technology, and I'm going to give some background. You have the document in front of you, so you might ask questions about the content of it. So about 4 years ago, we started with the creation of the Digital Literacy and Computer Science Coordinator to actually assess the whole technology capacity for the district. And at the time, we concluded very rapidly that the priority was the IT infrastructure, which we've been investing efforts and resources during the last 3.5 years. One thing that we've known for years is that besides that, the classroom technology itself is being lacking, the most modern technology and capacity. So before COVID, we started a process to evaluate by grade level what the needs are for the technology. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we had to basically pause that process, and we haven't finished yet identifying specifically what kind of technology would be used, for example, on elementary versus middle or high school. But what we are really clear about is, for example, we heavily rely in the past on smart board technology in all buildings. The technology that it was installed on those buildings and it is not compatible with Windows 10. It's not compatible with the infrastructure that we have now. We've been basically just using the smart boards as whiteboards. And we've been relying on projectors, which we actually invested a good amount of money about 3.5 years ago. Things that we have discussed with different grade levels is whether interactive whiteboards or interactive LCD panels are the solution, whether document cameras that we've been using are the best option, whether web cameras that we're using are the best option. So there's been a constant communication during the last couple of years before COVID, and now we are coming back to the same discussions. What we know is that regardless of the technology we pick, we are facing about $3,000 to $5,000 depending on whether it is a math, science, or technology classroom versus ELA or classroom. And based on those numbers, we are estimating the cost. We are not set on any technology. We know, as you can see on the document, that we want to use green technology as much as possible, and that we want the principals to have the opportunity to work with their department heads to choose what is the best technology for their needs. But definitely we have to start working on upgrading our classroom technology. And it's not the idea of increasing screen time or anything like that. This is more like allowing the teachers to have a better way of communicating with kids and be able to differentiate learning process based on individual needs and group needs. And in order to do that, we definitely, the technology we have today is not helpful for that purpose. So what we are putting there in terms of a request is a 3-year plan for going building by building and in terms of priorities based on our conversations that are going to be happening. They started, as I mentioned before, COVID, and they will continue now and start basically deciding building by building what is the best technology, and not only building, but by department, whether it's math, science, or technology, or whether it's ELA or arts in any case. So that is basically the request is, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Any questions for Antonio Pagan? Oh, Member Gold.
Yeah, thank you, Antonio, for bringing this one. It's very exciting to see this effort in place. I'm just curious, do you have I've seen that you have like 200,000 and then 240. Is it each year different grade levels? Is it like, do you have
Yeah, the way it's showing there is middle school first, high school and elementary schools. Obviously, that was a way of dividing the cost. I think that we actually made the calculations based on classrooms numbers. So we could, if the process guide us on a different way, we could mix and match different grade levels if needed. I know that there are, for example, we have done some pilot demos in the high school, and we've done some at the middle school. And right now we are actually working on the most recent technology from smart technology. And we're running a pilot right now so that we can look at it. The way we have done all the work that we've done in technology is being always through the principals. And so we go through them. They normally pick a few leaders in the building to work with us. And obviously we have the technology integrators and Molly that are the ones that are looking at different options. And as soon as we identify the needs, we will be able to prioritize better. At this point, because of COVID, the process was completely paused. So we don't have all the data that we need to say, okay, this is the most needed grade level at this point. But we could, I've done this kind of project before with the city, and we normally do 3 years, divide by, almost equal amount of money per year. And then we prioritize as we go.
And the next piece, the way it's written, it's broad, which is nice. It allows anything interactive. So it could be any devices that support interactivity, whether the teacher is using it or the students using it.
Yes, exactly. And we want to be able to have, quick response from students, quick response from teachers, so that they can evaluate and assess the needs right away. It's being in use in many other districts before, and we are missing that. We're lacking that piece. That will really help a lot on the assessment process for the kids.
And then my last two things then are first, I also think that considering the world we live in now and the possibilities of closures and remote learn, who knows what's there. The more interactive the classroom can be, the more adaptable it is to what happens with students learning at home or in the building. So I think that's a wonderful investment for us. So that's one reason I hope my colleagues, do support this investment. And then lastly, I'll throw out there, Antonio, I'm the technology coordinator for my school down in Springfield, and we have everything from rooms still with chalkboards, all, to ones that have the Ford of interactivity to the Jaguar of interactivity. So like, if you want to come and see different ones and speak to teachers there, we have the breadth of it, and it's a very large building, a lot of different versions. Be happy to share with you guys.
I really appreciate that, and we'll be happy to do that. And definitely that's how is best learning, just seeing what is working in other places. Definitely. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Member Voss.
Thank you. And I have to apologize. I'm having trouble finding the document, and it might just be me. I think I think it's me, but so if this is in there, I'm sorry, but thank you for that. And I have I guess a different question.
Member Boss, you can say there, I'm sharing it.
Oh, thank you, I can. I guess what I'm gonna ask could be in here, but over the past year, we've just heard a lot of stories about internet connections, you know, not working very well at some of our schools when it's been super important. And I'm just curious, since we have you here, I wanted to ask you if that is something we need money for. Sorry, I have.
Yeah, that's a very good question.
And how we're gonna, if it's fixed, or how we need to, what we need to do to support that.
At the point let me just go a little bit back. We have anything related to internet, we actually go through E-rate funding, which give us 50% discount on any technology. And we have a project that is being approved. We haven't been able to deploy, mostly because of everything else that is happening in the district, for basically overhauling the whole wireless network. And that's going to happen over the winter break, and it's already funded.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, your expectation is once that happens, our internet problems that we hear about a lot will be much reduced.
Definitely, and definitely is, you know, we have had some improvement in the last year before COVID, but this one will be a replacement. You will be implementing the latest technology available on Wi-Fi, and it will be including all buildings.
And since you shared this with me, I just want to highlight and make sure I understand this for other school committee members. Cost to maintain. So once these things that you talked about come in, we will need to adjust our school committee budget to maintain it at 10%. So is that like 10% of what, of 200,000? So are you saying we'll need another $20,000 in our budget to maintain this?
So let me clarify that point. We had a conversation last year on our annual, operating budget. We currently have $65,000 for all schools to replace and repair technology. We said that the goal is basically to double that over 3-4 years. So we are going to be requesting more operating budget. That budget is actually distributed among all schools. And right now it's used basically to replace projectors, replace projector bulbs, any kind of accessories that they need, cameras and things like that. When we replace the technology, we have to make a big investment, but the maintenance of it will be basically coming out of that operating budget, which is already being basically earmarked to be increased because it's not being realistic to have $65,000 for maintaining budget for 2,700 students is not realistic. So it's being taken in consideration as we make the budget, but normally it's about 10% for maintenance over annual operating budget. Yeah.
Thank you.
You are very welcome.
Okay. Any other questions for the IT portion of the capital submission? Okay, if not, then why don't we turn over to facilities and the other projects that you're working on, Tony?
All right, great. Thanks for having me. So first off, I don't know if you want me to go through FY23 list from top to bottom and then answer questions, or did you have other questions up front you want me to answer? It may clear up other questions down the road.
Member Levy?
Thanks. It's a really long list. So
it's a very long list, right? So
I have a question just about process and dollar amounts. Can you give a sense of how you landed on the specific dollar amounts that are in these documents?
Some of it is best estimates, between discussions in our department on past projects and what we project our things are going to cost in the future. And some of them are hard estimates that we've gotten already.
Okay. Some of these numbers seem really high. And
Some of them are very high.
I don't question the necessity to do the projects. I guess one of them that just sort of struck me was the recarpeting of the JFK guidance and main office. And I don't want to nitpick. It's just, I'm bringing it up as an example of, wondering how many square feet are we recarpeting for $75,000? And what happens, I guess what happens if these numbers are we able to make the case that these are really important if our numbers are potentially higher or even lower than in the end they're gonna be?
Yeah, I can talk to that a little bit. So we try to overshoot if possible. We don't want to request lower amounts and not have enough money. So we're always in a better situation if we have a little extra money in that account so that it will stay in that account. And we have past capital money that's still available in different accounts. And it either stays there and we use it on similar projects or we reprogram it for other projects. So we always try to have sufficient money to get done what we want and not have enough. That's the biggest problem. So if we don't have enough money and then we bid it and we go out to get costs and we don't have enough money in the capital, it is a whole other process to request more money.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So
Member Voss had a question, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of in the same spirit. It's a long list, and I don't know if it makes sense to put it up or if you're going to go one by one. But my general question remains as you go through these, and I think just in terms of putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into energy systems that might be obsolete soon versus waiting to replace them for a few years so that we can do it in a more modern way. And I don't know the answer to that, but just having somebody, who knows how to look at it from that perspective, come in and tell us, and, at a home level, it's Mass Save comes in and helps you decide if you're ready or if it makes sense to put certain things in that will save you money and use less fossil fuels. And so on this list, I have to switch screens here, all these things that are about energy managed systems upgrades and ventilation and greenhouse gas emissions upgrades. Of course we need that, right? We're headed for climate change. We need better ventilation, better air conditioning, but I don't know if some of this is heat systems, and I don't want us to be signing off for investing in things that don't make sense for 10 years from now. So if you could help us understand which of these that have been looked at through that lens and which maybe still need to be looked through that by that lens, that would be really helpful.
Sure. I will say that all of them are looked at through that lens. So Chris Mason, the city energy officer, is in our department and sits in every one of these meetings with us and goes through these projects as we develop them. So we're also still doing those feasibility studies that the mayor talked about that are going through city buildings, but they're doing school building as well. So their recommendations will help drive the actual product. All right, Antonio, you got to mute yourself.
Antonio, I think you, okay.
All right. So yeah, the feasibility studies help drive the actual project. So it doesn't dictate the money per se, but it helps us decide what we're going to install. And technology is changing. So we're, for example, I can use one that's on here that's a high dollar figure one is in FY23 is the Leeds ventilation upgrade. And the reason that's on here first is Chris Mason is already working on this project now. we were going to request originally just $60,000 to match a funding source for him, but we're going to request the whole project total because he's got potentially a $500,000 grant that'll pay for most of this, but he's not positive that we're going to receive the grant in time. So this project, for example, is installing an energy recovery unit ventilator along with heat pumps. We're getting rid of an old steam heating system in the old section of Leeds. So any opportunity we have to eliminate old technology, we are, and we're replacing it with the current standard of what is, new technology. We don't know what's in the future, obviously, but Chris feels pretty strongly that heat pumps of one way or another will be around for a number of years still. And along with like the energy recovery units that recapture and reuse energy. Hope that helps answer those questions.
That's fantastic. Thank you. I'm really glad to hear that's how it's proceeding.
Yeah, it is. And that's in our 5-year plan. So there are some of the dollar figures are staggered, and they're staggered for reasons based on those feasibility studies when they come due. And just the timeline of being able to get projects done. We don't have a huge department, so we have to stagger some of this stuff.
And just my other final thing to clarify, there's a van listed on your list as well, Tony. Yeah. And does that fit under Mayor Narcowicz's, that would automatically be an electric vehicle?
Yeah, every project that we do that requires use of energy falls under the mayor's directive to try to find ways to reduce greenhouse gas. So that's why I brought up the point about the van. We've already researched it. So Chris is reaching out to see if there's any sort of rebates that we can get from the utility. He's not quite sure yet. Ford has just started releasing these. So they're pretty new as of now. So, and they're on some state contracts already. So it's going to be an electric utility cargo van in a sense. The limit is it's only got a battery that is 126 miles. But for our use driving around the city every day, as long as it gets charged every day, is fine. And like the mayor also said, along with the purchase comes charger. So this is going to be stored at the high school because that's where our vans are stored now, and that's where our foreman's based out of. And we'll find a suitable spot there and work with the utility and have a charging station put in.
Thank you.
No problem.
Dr. Provost.
I just wanted to add for the committee's benefit, you heard a little bit at the beginning of this meeting about my style of leadership, but this process of coming up with the capital list started last year when I charged Tony with central services, really prioritizing healthy buildings and healthy planet. And I said, I'm not an HVAC expert, I'm not an environmental expert, but I know that we need to improve ventilation in our schools, and I know that we want to have the most efficient technologies to do that. And I think that all of the items on his list that have to do with HVAC improvements fall into that category. And so I just want to thank him for that.
Thank you, John.
Tony had begun by asking the question, do you want him to go through item by item on his list? Or do we want to just, if there are people, review the list and have questions? Are there things that you think you'd want to highlight? Maybe Tony, just give a quick highlight of things that you think are relevant or important.
Yeah, I can go through some of the big dollar figure ones, and maybe that'll help. And then I can kind of summarize some of the other stuff. So we have a mix. Every year we have a mix of kind of replacement projects, upgrade projects, and maintenance enhancement projects in a sense. So you'll see some additional money for Leeds. We're spending a lot of money on Leeds because part of that energy retrofit in the old section of Leeds, if you can picture Leeds old school building, are all those old windows. So we have a 1952 building with 1952 windows that wrap around that whole wing of the building. So we're going to be doing engineering and replacing all of those old windows as well. That ties directly in with the energy project. So Chris is involved in both of those to try to create the best building, I guess, for the use of energy that we're going to be using. So it's going to be eliminating a lot of the windows and changing inside some of the visual effect, because having all of that glass is certainly not energy efficient. So that's another huge dollar figure that you'll see. You know, smaller ones, for example, we have money, we're going to be replacing the high school intercom slash bell controller, you know, and that's a project where it's just replacing something that's outdated, that was from the 90s, that is, you know, not able to be supported any longer. We've got other projects like the Ryan Road sidewalk, which we've requested money for years for that, but this will be just enhancing some of the sidewalk around the building, building some ramps, making it a little more accessible for people in wheelchairs. Energy management upgrades, you've probably heard that mentioned or seen it on various capital plans. That is an ongoing process in the city. We've been doing it for probably 8 to 10 years already, and we'll continue requesting money for that for every building. That's similar, the technology changes. It's based on older computer technology and software, so we have to continue updating it. Those are some of the highlights for FY23. I can go into some other ones in other years, but that covers FY23 pretty well.
Other highlights of other, oh, sorry, Member Voss, sorry about that.
Well, I have one question. I was also gonna, from my perspective, I don't think you need to go through everything, Tony. I appreciated the general response. I do have one specific question coming back to this, and I'm hopeful you might know the answer, but with the hot water stuff, are we going towards solar hot water, or are we gonna heat hot water with electric or something else? Do you know?
We are looking at all options.
Okay.
Solar is not sufficient to create the hot water need that we have.
Okay,
So
that makes sense.
We've looked at all sorts of options, and we'll continue to. There's heat pump options along with solar, supplemented with gas, all of those. Yeah.
Okay, but we're not putting in big fossil fuel, huge
No.
hot water.
No.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Yeah, no. Every project that requires use of energy will be looked at from that protocol.
I'm satisfied. Others can speak up if they're not, but thank you.
Okay, Member Goldman.
Thank you. Tony, I've had a number of constituents who are concerned about hot rooms and second floors of school buildings that do not have air conditioning. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to those specific spaces in general and how it relates to what you're proposing here.
I don't have necessarily a great answer. So some of our buildings are going to, unfortunately, they're unable to be cooled. So our requests that we're putting in for energy projects will provide air conditioning to parts of buildings. It won't be to entire buildings. So we would look at replacing old sections of buildings first, and then installing air conditioning in buildings that don't have it is millions and millions of dollars. So that would have to be something the city would really want us to move forward in the future. For example, to retrofit an elementary school, and this was a few years ago, a number would be $3 to $4 million of installing mini split heat pump AC units in one building alone. So now we try to supplement best we can with portable AC units and moving them around as needed in buildings.
Okay, thank you. I'm just really concerned about the well-being of students and creating environments that support learning. And we know that those spaces get sometimes too hot for that, especially with masks. Thank you.
Member Kaufman.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for doing all this work. I looked at the list, I read through most of it. It makes a lot of sense, but I think where I need help, and I don't know if this comes from Dr. Provost or Mayor Narkowitz or someone from the one of our subcommittees, Budget and Property Subcommittee, but how do we make a decision about this is not clear to me. Like, if we vote for these things, what are we not getting? And this is just such a more extensive list than I recall ever going through. I might have missed a meeting, but this is difficult. So are we voting on everything or nothing? Are we trying to prioritize? How confident are you, Dr. Provost, and again, Mayor Narkowitz, only because you've dealt with big budget items? How do we go about making a decision on a list that makes a lot of sense on paper, but is an awful lot of money? And I don't really understand what our task is here. Can you help me out?
I can say that this is a process that's been going on, well, since 2013, I think, since the new charter passed, and then we switched to this 5-year program. And I can say that prior, I think in the past, NPS had just submitted these things, and then we modified our practice a few years ago to present what was being submitted to the school committee. But it hasn't really been refined beyond that. So it's always been like, here's the list of what we're submitting to the capital plan, and basically requesting that these items be put on the city's 5-year plan, and hopefully they would get funded sometime over those 5 years. So that's really it. And in the past, it was in response to concerns about specific types of specific projects.
Yeah.
So this is the practice that the school committee adopted.
No, I think I'm okay with that. Thank you. But I mean, I'm just confused as how do I get to prioritize my voting tonight? Like, maybe I'll ask more specifically, is this an all or nothing? Or is this, are we trying to prioritize where the money goes? And if there's extra money, is that going to come back to us to make a decision around it?
Definitely not. No, it's really every department in the city is being asked to go through this exercise. And so you're not making fiscal decisions. I mean, you are, in the sense that you're saying these are the capital needs of our department, of the school department. And obviously, like the city, we do rely on the folks that are the folks that are taking care of the buildings every day and taking care of the systems, and to make the recommendations. So you're really, I think what you're being asked to do is just review the totality of this submission. And I guess if there were items that the committee said, we don't want this, or we don't think this is necessary, you could say we would pull that particular item, but you're not being asked to make any fiscal determinations. It's not really, it's part of the capital budget, which spans city and schools. Right. So yeah.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. Dr. Provost, do you have anything to add to my question?
I agree with everything the mayor said. I guess I would just add that, this is the school committee's request that, we're asking you to make with our input. If you think that all these items are not necessary, or some of these items are not necessary, what the opportunity cost is that you were asking would be, that another department might get something that they wouldn't otherwise get if a project was being funded for the schools.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
Let's see. Member Voss, before you speak, Annie's having some technical difficulties with her management of Zoom, and her screen is not registering fully, and but she can't make me host. I would want her to basically, I was going to suggest she log off and log back in and see if she can get a better connection. I'm co-host.
I'm going to interrupt you. I think if she logs off, it will ask her, if she says leave and she's the host, it will probably ask her if she wants to make somebody else host.
Okay.
Can I just jump in, because I've been involved with these conversations too. I think what's happened is her computer is completely frozen. So she can't even log out. So I asked if she could join by phone. I think I see a new phone person.
Yeah.
I think that's Annie. So I think
Okay.
she's probably just going to leave this meeting open with the old computer and then participate via phone from this point forward.
Okay. It's going to be challenging. We want to go to a breakout room for executive session. But I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
I guess I could have her pull the plug on her computer quite literally, but I think that would end the meeting for everybody.
Yeah. Is Antonio still on the line? Antonio? I think he is.
I'm here. I can try to communicate with Annie and see how we can work on that. Give me a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's happened before in some other meetings I've been in where the host has been like jammed like this and they can't. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go on to questions then. Member Voss.
Thanks. And so I've asked all my energy related ones, I think, but my other set of questions about this revolves around ventilation. And thank you, Member Goldman, you started that conversation. I guess my question, this year we learned a lot about our buildings and that some of them are poorly ventilated. And from my perspective, we have Band-Aids in place right now with HEPA filters in there, but we learned, oh, I have a terrible echo, sorry. We learned that we really need 4.5 plus air exchanges in a normal typical classroom size, and we don't get that. And that's when you have COVID going on, but it's also what's best for learning. As CO2 levels rise throughout the school day, kids get sleepy, teachers get sleepy if the rooms aren't well ventilated. So I guess my question is, have we thought about that? And there's all sorts of federal and maybe other funds out there to address ventilation in schools. And I actually emailed Dr. Provost that question a few weeks ago, and he said we're going to talk about it during this conversation. So I don't really care if we ask for capital improvement money or other federal money for this kind of thing, but it seems really important that it's part of the conversation, and that might include air conditioning, but certainly ventilation has to happen all during the year. So where are we at with that, Tony?
Similar answer. That's been included in this discussion as well. So with the heat pumps are included the energy recovery units, which basically, so for leads, for example, it'll run like a collapsible duct in the old attic space of the building. So it'll circulate fresh air through the building at a much higher rate than it does now. And we'll use that model in other spaces and then adapt and build as we move forward. And as these other energy studies get completed, and then we continue working with engineers, we'll figure out ways of increasing ventilation. The large portions of our schools have pretty good ventilation, so they really do. We spent a lot of money and time over the last 5 to 6 years updating and upgrading and fixing equipment. So, but this brings us to the next level of introducing hybrid equipment. We're not just putting a HEPA filter in the corner of the room. We're retrofitting an entire wing of a building with new technology and seeing how it performs. And that's only this coming year. So this is a fluid document that goes over 5 years, and we keep building and adding to it. And we'll keep building and adding to it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I feel like from the numbers I saw, and there were certain schools, older elementary schools, that the ventilation was really quite inadequate through a lot of the classrooms. And I guess I'm saying, are we allocating enough money to get this done quickly enough? And I don't know why that's not part of an air conditioning conversation. I appreciate some rooms might not be able to get air conditioning, but ventilation and temperature control in those older buildings, especially in keeping people healthy, just seems like it should be a top priority. So are we doing everything we can on a time scale that is reasonable?
my perspective, yes. So we have to work through this first project in engineering and see what our feasibility is of adapting it in an old section of the building. So we're looking at the old section of Leeds, and then second would be the old section on Jackson Street. So those were two of our highest need areas, and then seeing how they perform and how we're able to adapt similar projects in the future.
Okay.
You know, and then it's a funding source issue. You know, if we have millions that we can dedicate towards retrofitting entire buildings with the same technology, and we'll keep moving forward with that goal. I mean, our goal is the same as the city's, is kind of heading towards net zero buildings as possible. So, and that's where we're, in our mind, that's where we're thinking. So, and along with that is healthy buildings, increasing ventilation as well.
And you just, I guess the final follow-up is, you know, I'm thinking of at Ryan Road, my recollection was a lot of the rooms had really limited ventilation and needed multiple HEPA filters. And are we going to just keep those HEPA filters plugged in until we upgrade the building's ventilation, or what is the plan for that?
I would say that is the plan for now. Yeah. It supplements the current building system and provides that air exchange, you know, and we've learned a lot, obviously, through how to increase air exchange and get more air in buildings, and cracking windows and using fans and opening doors and all those strategies. So, yeah.
Okay, I really appreciate you answering that. I'm just going to put out to the committee that, you know, these ESSER funds and all this money, I don't know the right balance, but I think we should keep talking about air conditioning and ventilation. But thanks, Tony. Thanks for all your work on that.
Welcome.
Member Levy.
My question is really about prioritization. I mean, it would be amazing if all of these things get approved. Given that my role is going to be to advocate, I'm wondering, and maybe this isn't a conversation for right now, but it's just a hope that perhaps there can be some kind of a prioritization list so that I have an idea of most important pieces to advocate for.
There is a priority designation on the forms that you were given. So when I present this to the Capital Committee, you know, that is obviously something that we discuss as well. So they use that same logic to gauge what we're telling them is the highest priority versus low and medium, and funding is how they approve it, really. So what my experience has been over the years here now is, if we tell them that, you know, something is of high priority and needs to be done, it moves to the top of the list and generally gets funded. And we did, if you look on various, I don't know what documents you have a lot of documents. So
I see the check marks, low, medium,
those are the
high.
priorities, and that's on the master spreadsheet that the Capital Committee will have, and it'll correspond with each one of those individual sheets.
So just to be clear, Member Levy, you do represent the schools, but your sole purpose is not just to advocate for the schools. You're there because you're an elected official and you're serving in an ad hoc advisory capacity, and you're supposed to, because you know everybody's going to say that all their projects are the top priority. And so, but there's only so much capacity within FY 2020. So, but clearly you're going to bring the school perspective, no doubt. But everybody's going to say these are the top priorities, and there's only so much capacity in one fiscal year to do them. So that's kind of the task, is to try to figure out which ones are the highest priority. So, so anyway, just adding that little editorial.
I appreciate that. I thought I was put on it because I was so convincing.
Yeah,
but
well,
fair enough. I appreciate that.
Okay. So Tony, do you want to then, I don't know if there's other out year projects you want to talk about that are looming.
I think I covered a lot of them. You know, some of these other ones in the future are a little more fluid. You know, we've got on here money potentially for resurfacing the track, stuff like that. Some additional grounds equipment to support, the pesticide-free turf program that we're going to be doing, those types of things in the future. And you'll see various dollar figures that are similar with similar descriptions over multiple years for the energy projects. And then, Mayor, as you know, this gets changed quite often as needs come up over the years. So, we'll keep adding to this and changing as we go along. We have a roof on here for the JFK Middle School. That's a huge, huge dollar figure. But, we may just keep bumping that down the road, but we're wanting to get it on here now. That's our next building that'll need a new roof. So,
and I assume that would be an MSBA type project that we would apply for MSBA funding.
Yeah, it'd be MSBA, and we got somewhere in the neighborhood of 57% reimbursement last time from the state. So we think that would probably be around there. But that's a multi-million-dollar project, probably over a couple summers.
Okay, so are folks, are there any other specific projects people want to ask about, or concerns you have about other projects that Tony hasn't gone over? Okay, so I guess the item on the agenda is to approve the capital request. So essentially, it's sort of you're endorsing the requests that are going to be submitted on behalf of the school department to the capital process. So I guess I would entertain a motion if someone wanted to make that motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the capital request, capital improvement requests with one amendment, which is within the school transportation part, to encourage us to something about wanting the van to be prioritized to be electric, if I need to say that, right?
No, that makes sense. Yep.
And the future bus. So the vehicles, and I could even just broadly paint it that all capital requests here that involve vehicles should prioritize and do everything they can to make them electric and apply for appropriate grants, which I'm sure you would do.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, Member Kaufman. Okay. Is there any further discussion on that? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Annie, can you call the roll?
Yep. Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
I'm oddly I think I've abstained in the past. This is an awkward one because you're basically making a recommendation to me. So I sort of am in two parts of the process. So I'm just going to abstain. I'm supportive of all these, but it's just always an awkward one when you're basically submitting them to me. So I'm going to abstain.
And Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor.
Annie,
Oh,
Member Fallon is here.
Member Fallon is here. I'm sorry, Member Fallon. I had some technical difficulties, so I did not see you. Member Fallon.
Yes.
Okay, the vote is 9 in favor, 1 abstention.
Annie, you also forgot me.
Oh, are you kidding? I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm a little flustered from my technical difficulties. Member Busansky.
I vote yes.
I'm sorry. The vote is 9 in favor, 1 abstention.
Excellent. So so that has been accepted with that amendment, and obviously thank you to Nick and to Tony and to Antonio and to all their staff for the work that goes into putting this all together. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is a vote to approve the NEF book fund donations, and we have Amy Levine here tonight.
Hi, I'm Amy Levine. I'm the, that's okay. That happens all the time. It's okay.
I am the volunteer book fund coordinator for the Northampton Education Foundation. And of course, you know us, besides book fund, I'm providing grants to the schools. And the book fund, we raised for this fiscal year $16,500, and some of that is shared with Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School. And so the new amount coming to NPS is $15,732.77. I apologize for the specificity. It is based on the funds get distributed on a per capita basis on the based on the current school enrollment, and they are shared among all 6 of our schools. The total fund available to all the Northampton schools is about $17,500 because there's a little bit left over from last year. The way the fund runs is that schools apply through our website, and we provide oversight merely to just see that the money is spent on some kind of text. We don't judge in any way. I personally really like to learn about what's happening in the schools. There's been a lot of efforts to diversify curriculum and provide all kinds of a huge range for students and to meet the needs of ELL learners as well. And also funds last year, especially at the high school and the middle school, for remote learning, we were able to provide some online resources for particular teachers, and also a large number of them through the JFK library that just provided like graphic novels, for example, for middle school kids at home if they had online access, and also some interesting. I know they piloted some interesting software for research. And the elementary schools seem to prioritize some of their youngest readers. And I know some of those choices were made in the spring after Ames web testing, for example. I know that from Leeds. They knew like the incoming first graders this year would have some more needs than a pre-COVID regular first grade class. And so they purchased more of those early leveled readers, like in the early alphabet range, to be prepared for them for when they came in September. So the vote is merely to accept this money, and then it will come to you, it will come to the school department. I think it takes about a week for an e-transfer. If there, do you have any questions based on the information?
Any questions for Amy? Okay, well, thank you obviously for this, and thanks to NEF for all the different ways that it raises funds to support our schools. I would entertain a motion to accept this donation from the NEF Book Fund.
Motion to accept the donation from the NEF Book Fund, and thank you very much.
Second.
Okay, any further questions? If not, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes, thanks, Amy.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes, thank you.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
and Member Condon.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Thank you all.
Excellent, thank you, Amy. Okay, the next item on our agenda is a vote, and this is to increase substitute teacher pay to $100 per day. And I'll turn this over to Dr. Provost.
Thank you. I actually think this is the first act I've made under the policy giving me emergency COVID powers. We, as I explained to you in an email, and I'll explain to the public now, we have had a precipitous drop in our ability to fill sub positions. At the time I made this move, our fill rate was about 40%. Typically, our fill rate for sub positions would be 70 to 80%. And anyone who's worked in a school that has even 20 to 30% of people out in the day knows how difficult it is to get through the day. So imagine it being 60% of the people out and uncovered in the middle of the day. So this is something that I felt was important to do to try to increase our competitiveness. The $100 a day rate would put us with the top paying districts for subs in the area. I will say in the 10 days since the new rate has been into effect, it hasn't helped. We've had 356 vacancies over the last 9 days. We've only been able to fill at about 32%. So more than 200 of those vacancies went unfilled in the last 9 days. However, I don't think that going back to the lower rate is going to do anything to improve our fill rate. I just think it's symptomatic of what we're seeing all across the workforce. There's not enough workers in any field. We don't have enough workers to do pool testing. We don't have enough workers to deliver food to our schools. We're juggling menus because we don't have enough workers to pick food out of fields or to stock warehouses. We were talking about trying to implement midnight deliveries because they're running the few truckers they have on outrageous hours. I just think there are not enough workers right now, but I do think it's a move in the right direction to increase this rate, and I would ask for your support to make the increase permanent.
Okay, I have hands from member Seraphy Cox and member Kaufman. Member Seraphy Cox.
Thank you. Apologize for having my camera off. I'm experiencing some pretty severe back pain, so I'm laying down at the moment. But my question is really about where our, we were earlier talking about where our teacher pay and the other units that will be looking at salaries for in the next year, where that lies in terms of the our counterparts. So I'm just curious, since we're probably competing against other districts in a certain sense, where do we lie in terms of other districts? You're on mute.
So the prior rate, which is $87 a day, would put us about in the middle of the pack. This new rate will put us at the top for other districts in the area. There are, I believe, 1 or 2 other districts that also pay $100 a day, but it will put us right up there.
Did that answer your question, Member Seraphy Cox?
More or less. I guess I'd like to maybe know more specific. Obviously, Superintendent Provost wouldn't be able to provide that for us right now, and I plan on supporting this, so I don't need that information right now, but I do think that actually looking at those numbers would be helpful for me.
If you could come back to me in a minute, I will look at an email I sent and just read those into the record.
We've got a couple of other questions as well, so you can, if you want to find that, John, if you can multitask. Member Kaufman.
Yeah, thank you. So when we don't have subs, then what happens in the classroom?
Sorry, I was working on the email. Yeah. When we don't have subs, it is extremely difficult to get through the day. I think is the best way to put it. Principals are stretched to the limit of their creativity, and staff are pulled in all kinds of different directions. Sometimes we have classrooms that are covered by ESPs. Sometimes we have classrooms that are covered by other teachers who work during their prep period. And we've been doing all of those kinds of strategies just to try to get through the situation.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So, I mean, I would definitely not only support this, but have you considered more money? It seems like such an abominably low amount of money to begin with. I used to get $15 a class. So I get like $45. So this was in 1984. It's unbelievable how little money that is. And I know that there's a mixed range of subs, but you know, if we can get subs who are good and know the school system, and I mean, it just seems like it would have such a positive impact on student learning and on the whole culture of the schools. So I guess my question is, have you considered more? I don't know what it's going to take, but if we paid 115, 120, does that hurt our budget too much? And if not, would that make a difference?
I'm not opposed to a higher rate. I would turn to Nick for what the potential impact would be. Yeah. I'm somewhat concerned that I don't think it will help too much based on the impact of increasing the last increase we did. But that being said, I have no problem with going above the $100. Let me try to find those figures on what other districts are paying.
Yeah, I mean, you probably get your peers angry at you. You care?
No, I mean, I'm sure they would raise their rates too. And then, you know, it's right now a seller's market for subs, I guess.
Well, I would advocate for that. I don't know how to do that. That's not on the agenda, but I would advocate for even more unless somebody has a counter argument that makes sense.
Let's go through the questions, and then at some point someone will need to make a motion. So certainly if you wanted to make a motion that was different than what the superintendent was requesting, that's certainly, I suppose, possible. Member Gold?
Yeah.
What is the timeline? Is this like a temporary increase, Dr. Provost, or is this a permanent? Sorry if I missed that.
I would propose to make it permanent.
Okay, thanks.
Member Voss.
I'm just going to follow up on what Member Kaufman said. I was going to ask the same question. I would really support making it higher. I can't really imagine what happens when only 30% of the courses are covered, and especially this year with COVID going on. This is a way to support our teachers so that they're not over stressed during the day, and it's also what our kids need. And even if it's going to cost some money, I think we have to find it. So I don't know. I would think if we were offering a good percentage more over other districts, maybe people would come here. And I think it's a hard job to do for a day, especially with what's going on in the world. So I can make a motion and somebody can offer a friendly amendment if you don't like the amount. And if we get more information on how much this might cost, that's fine. But it feels to me like how can you send kids to school if there's no teacher there? We have to figure out a way to try to support it. So I'll make a motion that we increase it to $120 a day. And again, I'm really open to a friendly amendment, but we need to solve this.
I'll second that.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded. I do have some other member. Can I go to you, John? Do you have the numbers you want to share?
I do. So I did share this in an email earlier, but for the community, the FY22 rate for Frontier is $93 a day. It's scheduled to go to $97 for next year. Gateway is currently at $100. Granby is $70 and 75, proposed to go to 80 and 85, or $90 for a retired teacher. Hadley's at 80 for uncertified and 85 for certified. Hatfield is at 90 for licensed and 80 for unlicensed. Mahar is at 95. Mohawk is at $13.50 an hour currently, and proposed to go to $15 an hour for next year. And then just our rates that we had moved up from were 87 and 85.
Sorry, proud Mohawk alum here. Sorry about that. I got a little emotional. Okay, Member Levy, do you have a question?
Yeah, I know that this is a lot worse right now because of COVID, but my understanding is this is not a new issue for us as a district, that we've struggled in the past to get sub coverage. And I'm wondering if, well, I guess this is a budget, something that really is a budgetary issue, but I would propose that we budget in our next opportunity for district-wide subs, folks who are within our schools, get to know our culture, get to know the students, and are available on a daily basis. I mean, that we would still need to hire other subs because we would probably not have enough to go around every time we need a sub, but I think that would help us moving forward. And I'd like us to think about that when we're writing the budget.
Was that a comment or did you want feedback on the history?
I'm happy. I don't know. It's mostly a comment. I'm just watching the time. So.
Okay.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. Nick, I'd appreciate any thoughts you have on this topic.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess my thoughts would be in two different opposing directions. I mean, obviously we're in a situation where there is a labor shortage and we have to do something in order to, try to fix that as best as we can. Part of me feels that I don't know if throwing more money at it is going to be that impactful. I honestly, there's a lack of workers out there in all sectors, everywhere. I mean, you're seeing it all over the place. It may have a slight impact. Budgetary wise, that is a large increase. I mean, we started at what, $87, when we made the FY22 budget, or when that was made prior to me being here, increasing it to $120 a day. That's a lot. That's $33 a day more. And, it's certainly when they made, the amounts that they were going to put in all the substitute accounts for the buildings, it was based on an $87 a day rate. It was not based on a $120 a day rate. I mean, I can't, like, right now without, I guess crunching some numbers and looking at things, tell you exactly what the budgetary impact would be. On the one side, the fact that we're currently rocking about a 40 to under % fill rate means that our sub accounts are not taking a huge hit on a day-to-day basis. So there's that. I mean, if we do increase what we pay them, there's at least in the short term money there that we're not spending on subs because they're not taking the jobs at this point. So I mean, I would really need to look at the numbers and see, what the long-term impact on that would be. I honestly, in my experience as a building principal in the past, definitely piggybacking on what Member Levy said, having permanent building subs was definitely good. Because I had one in my building. And they were there every day doing whatever was needed. They could be an ESP, they could be a teacher, I had a substantially separate special education program in my building, and they were in there sometimes. They knew the culture of the building, they knew the kids, they knew the staff, even some caregivers. I don't know the history of that's ever happened here in Northampton, if permanent building subs have ever existed here, I'm not sure. But it worked well, at least in my prior district, and it kind of gave you some stability. The problem I encountered with it is in my previous district, they had to be certified. And that's not a mass state law or a DESI thing or anything. It was just an AGAWAM preference, really. and it's sometimes made it difficult to hire people because most folks that are certified are looking for full-time permanent, teaching positions. So, but I don't believe, based on like the sub requirements that I've read here, that would necessarily be a requirement. So that might make it easier to hire these folks.
Thank you. Member Voss, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to your motion that maybe we could make it $100 per day permanently, but make it $120 for the next, say, 3 months, or for some period of time, based on what Nick said, and we could wait until we have more information about the impact that a more significant increase would have on our budget, and on whether that does the trick. Maybe we could use those resources for some other solution if it's not effective.
So there's a friendly amendment. I would turn to the maker of the motion that they would have to accept that friendly amendment.
I'm not opposed to it if others want it. I'm feeling very flexible. My sense is if we're offering 120 in Northampton, we're gonna have more takers, and if only, like Nick said, 30 or 40%, or we'd have to get up to 60 or 70% to exceed the current budget we have. But I guess a question I have related to this is, does anybody know our substitute budget for the year? Because we could add 30% to that and see how much money we're really talking about. And another question is, can't we use some of our ESSER money for this kind of thing? This is certainly not, right now, the need for subs does include some of the COVID issues. And I don't know, I wonder, like, I guess I'd be more inclined to say keep it for this whole school year, since once we start getting certain subs in there, if they would return, it would be really nice. So I'm not against putting a limit on it. I think my gut tells me we can absolutely afford that this year, and we kind of have to support our community if it helps get us more subs. Member Goldman, would you be comfortable if we amended it to just say for this school year?
I'm just concerned that we're making this sort of from the hip decision without a lot of information about it at this point. I think I'd rather, have the numbers crunched and have people think about it a little bit. I mean, the idea of increasing it more than $100 just came up. I feel unprepared to make an educated vote on the increase. I'm curious to hear what the other people who have their hands up have to say.
Can I just go to Nick? Nick, are you responding directly to I think the question that was asked?
Well, I can address the question about ESSER. Yeah, ESSER money could be used to pay for substitutes, absolutely, because you can, attribute staff absence directly in many cases to quarantining or caring for a child who has to quarantine, or, being out until they get a test or whatever COVID related absence you're looking at there. We definitely could do that. If we were to raise the rate, for just a limited period of time, though, I worry that once that period of time expires, then we're going to be back where we started. We can't, once we offer X amount of money per day, then, take it away. The way the building sub budgets are designed, there's actually a couple different categories. There's regular ed subs, there's special ed subs, there's ESP subs, and depending on the building, a different amount gets allocated in each place. There's less in the special ed sub accounts just because there's fewer special ed teachers than there are. regular ed teachers. And it's always a moving target too, because you really can't predict staff absence with any sort of certainty. But we also have to consider the future here and remember that at some point, although none of us in this meeting or really anywhere can tell you when, the pandemic will end. Like, these absences will eventually decrease. This is not a forever thing, although in the moment it seems like it will be. And believe me, I know that very well as a former building principal, juggling this on a day-to-day basis with almost no subs last year. I've lived that, so I can definitely be very sympathetic to all of the efforts that our principals are making and the staff that are covering these classes too. And I know exactly what they're doing, and I very much appreciate all that work. So I mean, if somebody was to ask me my advice about this, I would. I mean, if the committee feels that 100 is too low, but maybe 120 is too high without without any sort of numerical analysis or anything like that, I don't know, maybe meet somewhere in the middle. And then when we're making our budget for next year, be mindful of obviously of whatever rate increase gets decided upon, but also mindful of the fact that, these absences will eventually decrease.
So before I go to other hands, I just want to bring closure to the friendly amendment, because we do have an amendment that's been made and seconded. There's been an offer of a friendly amendment, some back and forth. It sounds like, go ahead.
I'd like to keep it on the table, but hear what other people have to say, just so I can kind of get a sense if that's okay.
Okay. So then but I just want to say that
not yet.
You haven't accepted the friendly amendment. So, okay.
But I haven't rejected it either.
Okay, understood. So Member Gold.
Yeah, I was just going to share in case the acceptance means anything, impacts the acceptance, that I'd like to see us do it just for this school year and just say that's what it is. And so we at least know it's a commitment through this year, and then if we can lower it, then we'll lower it. So I'm comfortable with raising it to the 120. Maybe we could say raising it to 120 for certified and 100 for 120 for licensed and 100 for unlicensed subs for the remainder of 2022.
Member Fallon.
So first off, I do want to say I appreciate what Member Goldman said about kind of moving beyond the scope of this too much. Like, I really only want to address the substitute rate that you brought, because I do think that there is a lot to be discussed around permanent substitutes. And I think that tonight's not the night for that discussion. But I do want to bring up the point of equity on a global scale. We say that we're promoting it in our district, but I do worry that if we raise the rate too high, that there are districts surrounding us that we've already said are paying $85. Now we're raising our rate to $120. And I get that it's a labor market, it has to be competitive, but I will feel a little bit bad if other districts can't even remotely compete or are forced to raise their rates to that level or are unable to. And so I was a little bit more comfortable when we were at $100 per day. And I also would feel like, as a long-term plan, having $100 per day as or having a salaried position where we were able to use it as a stepping stone for people who want to enter the profession and offering benefits. I think that would be a great way to have a permanent pool of substitutes available. But yeah, so that was my only thought, was how you feel, Dr. Provost, about this. Are other superintendents going to be upset with you if they find out what you're offering substitutes and that they no longer can get them?
Well, I think, the most likely outcome will be that they'll raise their rates too. Some of them, it'll be harder for them to do than for others. While I have the floor, one thing I wonder, because we're all just trying to pick numbers, and I'm doing that too, right? I said $100 based on what everyone else is doing. That means no one else is paying more than us. So there'd be no financial reason for a sub to go anywhere else. I hear what you're saying about wanting to be even more competitive than that. But I wonder if it would be possible or desirable to try to do this empirically by telling me what my limits are, asking me to keep raising, the sub rate until we reach a balance point between what our demand is and who's willing to come in. And then, that might be a way of trying to find what the optimum solution to this problem is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm being clear right now.
Do folks need clarification? So essentially giving you the authorization to go up to a certain level in the school year, but not necessarily you're going to jump right to it, that you would adjust the rate to see what the response is.
Correct.
Okay. Member Seraphy Cox.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my support for, well, as I said before, express support for the raise in general, but I would be supportive of Member Boss's proposal, but I also like what Superintendent Provost just suggested. So if Member Voss was amenable to that, then I would definitely be supportive of that. And am also cognizant of the other things on the agenda. So maybe moving to a vote on this.
And I'm ready to state my
Bad
motion.
Member Voss, your hand is up next.
Yep, I know. So I taking into this all of this, I'm gonna make a bit of an amendment to my motion. And Dr. Provost, if I want to just personally, and that's what my motion is going to be, just set the highest rate that seems reasonable and not make you play that game. I just think it's more efficient. And I think these people work really hard. And I do want to just respond. If some of those numbers you said, if you divide them by 6 hours, they're not even really close. They're very marginally minimum wage. Minimum wage is going up every year right now. And so where I'll tell people where I got the 120, I was thinking a substitute was probably in the school for about 6 hours. So that's $20 an hour. And that to me is a pretty hard job for $20 an hour, whether or not you have a certification or not. And so for me, I'm really comfortable with that. And I hear it's a little bit last minute and it's during COVID. So what I'm going to suggest is that we raise it to $120 a day for this school year, and then get a report back from Nick and Dr. Provost, and the next school committee can continue this practice if they think it's necessary, because certainly our kids are not doing well if they don't have teachers in their classes or substitutes in those cases. So that's the amendment for the year.
And I'm assuming the seconder is okay with that. Yes, okay. Okay. So now Member Seraphy Cox.
No, I already spoke.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, Member Fallon.
Can I just ask why we have to vote on this at all if you had already taken this measure under the pandemic policy to begin with?
Sure, because the policy says that if I do take an emergency action, I'll bring it to the committee at the next meeting for their approval.
Right, but could you raise this again then? Essentially, I'm saying, can't you keep toggling with this without our permission?
I could. That was kind of the essence of the last thought I put out, which is, if you wanted to define the limits of what you would consider to be reasonable discretion, I could move within that. That's not the motions on the floor, but I believe that with the other policy that would have been permissible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so there has been a motion made and seconded, and the motion is to increase the sub rate to $120 a day through the end of the 2021-2022 school year, and then that the business administrator and the superintendent will analyze and continue to monitor and revisit with the next school committee as part of the FY 2023 budget process, if I summarize that correctly. Okay, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
and Member Levy.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is a request to approve the acquisition of Board Docs software. And I know there was a little explainer in your packet, Dr. Provost, and or other folks that are here to speak to this. Do you want to give us an overview?
Sure, I will give the general overview and then I will turn it over to Drew Wareham if he's on the call. So this would be a request for approval for funding for the conversion to Board Docs. It's a subscription product. It's $18,000 a year. There is a $1,000 discount when you join. There are many districts. The other thing is that this would be a change in the procedure for the school committee. So instead of having all of the documents created and shared via Google Docs and Drive, they would be shared through this Board Docs process, which is a solution that's specifically for school committees and school boards. I would just share from my perspective, the committee is extremely active right now. There are a lot of meetings. There are a lot of subcommittee meetings. We're gearing up for negotiations on the CBA to begin again. So that's going to exponentially increase the amount of meetings, and efficiency is important. You know, we've been farming out some of this work to help Annie try to keep up with minutes, but anything we can do to assist her and to make that process more efficient, I think would be helpful, not only to her, but I think for the members who want to get minutes as quickly as possible and want to make sure that packets are kept organized. So with that, you know, I would turn it over to Drew if he has more detailed information to share about the Board Doc solution.
Hey, Dr. Provost, thank you. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Perfect. Do I have access to share my screen? I actually have a demo I could walk through in about 5 to 10 minutes here if I'm allowed. I can get through it real quickly. Let's take a look here. Can you guys all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so appreciate you guys letting me present to you all tonight. I know it's already late, so I'll get through this here in about 5 minutes and then save some time for questions if you guys do have them. Just to piggyback of what already has been spoken, you know, Board Docs, you'll hear me say it a lot, is that one-stop shop mentality. Most of our districts in the state of Massachusetts, what they'll do is have their Board Docs URL hyperlinked onto their committee or district's website. So if I hit the, you know, school committees tab or the agendas and minutes tab, it's going to hyperlink me to this Board Docs screen. So just for timing purposes today, I'm only going to cover the user facing side of Board Docs, but keep in mind, this is also what the public is going to be seeing. Now, the nice thing with Board Docs on the user side is we can have a public agenda, but maybe there's some private content on the back end that we'd like to share. That goes for our regular school committee and any other subcommittees that we may have. So real quickly here, on this featured page is where we'll see any of our most recent or any most relevant content that we've created. So you can see here, I do have a most recent board meeting, also had a finance committee meeting recently. We have general documentation, events, board goals, and policies. So really just quick access here. But to show you guys my most recent meeting, this will pull me to my meetings tab from the featured page. So I do apologize if my Wi-Fi is being a little bit slow tonight. Doesn't like working with Zoom, but what this will do is bring me to my meetings archive. And this is where we'll find any of our previous agendas and minutes. So very transparent for the public and very easy for them to search or find any information that they're looking for. And even as committee members yourselves, if we're in a meeting and we want to go back and reference a previous agenda, anything in board docs is going to be keyword searchable. So whether we're preparing for the actual school board committee meeting and want to see what our other subcommittees are discussing, very easy for us to review those agendas and help prepare for the agenda itself for our school committee. So just going into this agenda itself, we'll find our agenda items and categories to our left side. This is completely customizable, so we're going to match your current agenda layout and put it into the board docs digital format here. And then as we click through each item, so I'll go down to some of my, let's go to just a regular policy reading. If we have a paper icon next to an item, we're going to see that there is an attachment related to that. So as I click on each item, it's going to pull up any of that detail for that specific item. So it keeps the agenda very clean. And we can also post our attachments in here as well. There's no limit on the amount of attachments we include, no limit on attachment type, and no limit on the amount of attachments we include per one agenda item. Board docs will also allow you to tag any goals, which are found in our library section here. So as we're working on goals as a school committee and want to be, again, that transparency to our public, I'll quickly go over to our goals section here, and this will allow us to track any of our goals that we're working on, whether they're committee goals, new hires that we need. I heard you guys mention substitute teachers. We can post job recs on here, contracts we're working on, COVID updates. So really just completing that one-stop shop mentality. And those are able to be tagged into agenda items, as we can see here. Notice that there's 3 levels of content: public, content, administrative, and executive. Public is obviously what the public's going to see when they access your board doc site. We can have a public item, but maybe there's some private reporting on the back end, whether that's disciplinary, new hire resumes, you name it. So we can separate who can see what based off of user permissions here on the back end. What's also nice with board docs, and I won't go through how we can generate the minutes fully, but we have what is called a meeting control panel, and that will actually allow Annie to record minutes and take voting during a live session, I should say. As we take these votes, that resolution is going to show immediately on the agenda. So if the public is joining via Zoom or they're just following along during the meeting, we won't have to wait for next month's minutes to be approved to at least see any of our action items with their motions. After the meeting, Annie has to click one button. It's called Load Minutes from MCP, and that'll generate your minutes, I'm not kidding, in 30 seconds. What that will allow her to do is then tag those minutes either on the site or tag them to the next month's agenda for approval. Once you all do approve those minutes, all we have to do is simply hit this release button, and that's going to give the minutes access to the public. Simple as that. So very, very quick, very efficient. Also keeps everything in one location, and everything's keyword searchable. You can also track your policy books in here, whether that's the school district's policy, student handbooks, employee handbooks, you name it. So just like with the agenda, everything is cloud-based. So whether we're making updates to active agendas, making changes or revisions to policies, first reading, second reading, legal review, you name it, everything's cloud-based. So as we make updates to agendas and minutes and policies, it's going to update for our public and our board right away. So we know that we're always looking at the most recent or most updated version of any of our material in here. Just like with the agendas, everything is keyword searchable, and our support and training team is going to help you get all of your previous content or your current policies into board docs if we do end up moving forward here. Lastly, I'll finish on this library section, and I think this really completes the one-stop shop mentality. This will allow us to post in our general section any generic or general information. I see commonly posted in here board notes that go out, again, on that private side. So if we have weekly updates from the superintendent or board president, we can quickly get that out to our board members. I see newsletters get posted to the public a lot in here. And then anything from, COVID updates to return to school plans, as creative as you guys want to be. This is a really great place to be very transparent to our members and to our public. Events is pretty self-explanatory. We can track upcoming events we have on the featured page. And then I did briefly mention the strategic goals here. So not only can the school committee use board docs, but you can also separate by subcommittee as well. This will give them access rights to run their group completely separate from the actual school committee. So you're going to have your own publishers for each group. You're going to have your own user permissions for each group. So they're basically using board docs like you all would be if we moved forward to manage and govern their own separate meeting body, separate from the actual school committee. What this does is just, again, that transparency tool. It's that one-stop shop mentality. So I'll quickly go to my finance committee, which will pull any of my finance committee's agendas, minutes, documentation, attachments, you name it. Real quickly, did want to show you guys a feature, and then I'll finish. I noticed that we're doing Zoom tonight. Another great way to get our link out to our public members, if we do have public comments, or just to our school committee itself, you can actually tag your Zoom or WebEx or Google Hangouts meeting directly on your agenda notice here. So that was like the 10,000 foot overview. I know I went through that very quickly, but is there any questions that I can answer for you all, or anything in specific I can go into more detail?
So we have one hand. I just wanted to ask a quick question. I'm assuming, since this is in Massachusetts and in other Massachusetts districts, there is a mechanism. We still have to file a notice with the city clerk, right? So this will generate an agenda that can then be filed with the city clerk prior to the meeting?
Yes, absolutely. So we can either share or actually download the agenda itself. Most of our Massachusetts districts will copy this agenda's URL and then send out to the clerk.
Got it.
I did forget to mention that we are partnered with the Massachusetts Association of School Committees. So not only do you have the resources of board docs, you'll also have MASC for support, and also does grant you guys some discounted pricing as well.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox.
Two questions. One is, what is the mobile accessibility of this feature, or of these, both for the public and as school committee members? Because I'm often on Zoom with my computer and then looking at the documents on my phone.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's a great question. So anything with internet or data, if we're on a cell phone, so tablets, laptops, computers, mobile devices, you name it, you'll be able to access Board Doc on. It's
a mobile friendly website. It's not an app.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then my second question is, I facilitate the negotiations for the school committee, and we use a lot of shared documents in order to track changes of very complicated agreements and documents. So those attachments, those can be like a Google Doc, which is what we use now. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So again, there's no file type limit. So you can think of it, you can post it in here.
Okay, I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions about this? How many districts are you in Massachusetts? I'm just curious.
That's a great question. I do know right now we have 42 current customers in Massachusetts.
Okay.
I'm not sure specifically how many districts we have using it, but I know that we have 42 current clients, whether those are educational services, school districts, community colleges, and technical schools. So.
Okay. And obviously, Annie, this is something you've reviewed with our IT department and Antonio, Molly, et cetera.
Yep, they said that it would be very easy to attach this to our website and we would just be able to use it. And they liked it.
Member Gold?
Yeah, that was sort of my question. Is this was something that the school district initiated going to look for, like what can we do to streamline our process kind of thing? And you guys found this one? Like, was it?
I can answer that. I found it through my MASC listserv. Other clerks across the state were singing the praises of board docs, and one of them offered a demonstration with Drew, and I attended that meeting. And then after that, I got another demonstration from Drew and presented it to the superintendent and the mayor and the business administrator and the IT department, and everyone took a look at it, and they advised they liked it.
Okay, so the request on tonight's agenda is to essentially approve the school district, moving forward with subscribing to it and beginning the implementation and training process for it. So I would entertain a motion to approve the board doc software if someone would make that.
Motion to approve board doc software proposal.
Second.
Okay. Are there any other questions or discussion? Member Gold?
Yeah, just where is this, where from the budget is this coming from exactly? I'm sorry if I missed that.
I'm gonna have to do transfers out of accounts that we're not spending as much out of that we anticipated in order to cover it. I'll be able to do it.
And is it a 1 year, was it a 1 year license for 18,000 or?
Yeah, that's gonna be an annual cost, so it's going to have to be built into the subsequent budgets after this year.
Also do want to mention that signature price would be your annual subscription cost moving forward, even if MASC does raise their pricing in the future. So whatever your signature cost would be your annual renewal.
Okay, any other questions? I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Goldman.
Yes, please.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
10 years too late, but yes.
Member Busanski.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
No.
And Member Kaufman.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, 1 against.
Okay, so that motion carries, and thank you very much for that presentation.
And thank you all.
So now let's
thank
move
you
on.
guys.
Thank you, Drew, for the presentation.
No problem. Bye-bye.
So now we'll move on to a vote to award the math tutoring bid to the U.S. Math Recovery Council. And I'll turn this over to Nick, I guess, who's going to explain it.
And so this has to do with our Liftoff Learning Program. As you've heard in previous meetings, we've had somewhat trouble staffing that in all of our 4 elementary buildings. So we looked at different options of how we could do that. And we work with the U.S. Math Recovery Council regularly. They basically run a program called AVMR, which is an evidence-based math intervention program that is used in our schools. And, you know, in attempting to find some solutions for our Liftoff Learning staffing, we came across what they refer to as a Math Champs tutoring program, where they basically provide an intensive math intervention in very small groups. So due to the cost of it, it was above the $49,999 threshold of where I could, you know, just get quotes. I needed to open it up to a competitive bidding process, which I did, and I only received 1 bid, although 12 different companies did reach out asking for the specifications. The only one that actually responded was the U.S. Math Recovery Council. So based on their math, you see in the memo that was in your packet, their bid was $165,726, but that is based on 12 tutors. We are only going to be using 8. So following their, you know, the formula, which, you know, is basically their price point, it would cost us $110,484 to utilize the tutors, 8 tutors for a period of 33 total days, basically covering an 11-week time span of our Liftoff Learning. And currently, some of these tutors are working with Bridge Street in the Liftoff program. I did a partial service agreement prior to going out to competitive bid. should this be approved by the committee, there will be 3 more weeks at Bridge Street. The screening data showed that the need there was the greatest. That's why we started there. The other 3 buildings, the need was not as great, although still there. So after the Bridge Street stint is done, the 8 tutors would spread out between the other 3 elementary schools and provide the intensive intervention to the students whose data shows they need it the most. So I'm still essentially playing phone tag with the person from US Math Recovery Council who submitted the bid. However, I could not get to the contract portion of it until you vote to approve it. So I just ask for your support in that tonight, so I can move forward and continue these services for our students.
Okay, any questions or comments? Member Kaufman.
Yep, thanks again, Nick. So, I mean, I guess I just have to ask what, so it's 33 days total or 33 days for each of the 8 representing 200, whatever that is, 64 days?
Well, it's 33 total days. 8 tutors would be working on each of those 33 days. And they would meet with 2 groups of students during each of those days.
Okay, so the tutors aren't, 8 tutors, 33 days each. Is that what you mean? As opposed to, is that right?
Yeah, it would be slated to start on October 20th and it would end 11 weeks after that. I think that gets us with vacations to somewhere in mid to late January.
No, but I know, but just so I understand, so it's 8 tutors working collectively for a total of 33 days.
Yes.
Okay, I think I got that right. So it's, okay. So I'm just wondering, have we gotten any feedback yet from our math department chair or anybody just in terms of the quality of this company? Is it working out well? Are they doing a good job? Have you gotten feedback on whether we should continue with them or seek elsewhere?
Dr. Choquette at our last alt meeting spoke very highly of the experience thus far at Bridge Street. And even prior to them working with Liftoff Learning, as I said, they've worked with our district before. They've provided professional development. We have several educators trained in AVMR math intervention. So it is definitely familiar to our district.
Did you want to add to that question, Dr. Provost?
I did. I'll just add that, this is part of a tier 2 intervention, which is based on a universal screening and progress monitoring. This company is providing us with progress monitoring every 10 lessons with the students who are receiving the intervention. And they're providing very detailed notes on the progress the students are making in those 2-week segments of instruction. So I've been impressed for the progress monitoring side of this.
And the lessons.
Results, you mean? You've seen the results, you're impressed with the results, or just the fact that they're giving results? I mean, are the results positive?
So I haven't seen enough samples to be able to comment on the direction that the data is going in. But I can say that they're taking very, very detailed probes of the students' skills. So it'll allow us to see how they're doing as we get more reports in.
Okay. Before I go to you, Member Gold, can I just clarify? Was this a competitively bid? Like you put out a bid, Nick, and we received competitive bids?
I only received the bid from them. I did have 12 companies email me asking me for the specifications, but they never actually, they weren't able to meet them or they weren't interested.
I just wanted to clarify that the choice tonight is to either award or to throw out all the bidders and go back out to bid again.
No, it's to award.
But I'm just saying that if we don't award, then we would basically go back out to bid. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, so if you don't award, what'll happen is on Tuesday, October 19th, Liftoff Learning AVMR math tutoring will end.
It will not lift off.
It will, no, it will be on the ground.
Okay. Okay, so let's go to Ronnie. Let's go to Ronnie, member Gold.
Just to clarify, make sure everyone understands this as well. These are all remote. This is all remote tutoring, correct?
Correct.
Right.
They do frequently film the lessons though to use them for progress monitoring as well as to tailor the next lesson. So they're highly individualized.
Okay. And then the only thing I'll share is, there's, regardless of what you think of the program, to become licensed to be able to do this remotely, this is not just like they're farming out employees from anywhere in the world. Like there's a high level of certification that goes into being able to do this, just so everyone knows. Like you have to become just like our staff in Northampton have had to go through all this training. People throughout the country have done all this training. All they've realized is we could do this now remotely. So you have people in Minnesota where it was started, in Wisconsin, the Midwest, that are zooming in. And so we at least know that the quality of the people that will be working with our students, even though it seems like a whole lot of money for 8 people, but at least we know that the quality is a vetted thing, just to share that with folks.
And I wrote the bid specifications intentionally, so they had to have champion level certification in ABMR. So we are getting highly qualified folks doing this.
Member Voss.
Thanks. I'm glad to hear we're doing a high quality intervention here. I want to just understand the cost a little more. And I'm assuming we can use, I know we're using ESSER money. So it's 33 days times 8 people. And how many hours a day are these people doing this for?
Each tutor works for 1 hour. They see 2 different groups. The sessions are a half an hour apiece. Each group consists of 3 students. So essentially they see 6 students in that day, which it came out to like $418 an hour, which I understand what your thought is, believe me.
So that's what I wanted to understand. $418 an hour. Certainly there's some overhead for the company, but that's a lot of money. And I don't know how to digest that, because $500 an hour is $1 million salary. So this is $800,000 salary, but I understand there's a company involved here, I guess, with the technology, but that feels like a lot.
It does, but we also don't know what they're paying their individual tutors. I mean, I don't know what the company's overhead costs are. I don't know what indirect costs are. I don't know what their benefits are. I mean, I have no idea what they're actually paying the staff that are providing these interventions for.
I mean, I'm just going to say, if we need this, and hearing how highly trained they are, I'm not in a position where I think it should be opposed, but I think we should, if we need more of this, we should probably see if there's other options, because this sounds extremely expensive to me.
Well, we did look at several options in the summer when we were attempting to, put the program together. I mean, our own staff were the preferred people that we would hire, those that were interested. And when we, saw that there was some staffing shortages, we reached out to some local colleges. I did some research. I reached out to a couple of other companies, including City Year, who never got back to me. And, so I did do some research and some homework over the summer before we
I think if we offered our people $400 an hour, we might have had a bigger response. So I actually will turn it around and say, I wonder if we need to rethink what we're offering our people to do extra work outside the school day. And just like we raised the sub amount, raise that a little bit and get some in-house people who are, I mean, there was an argument made previously that, and it might have been before you were here, Nick, but if some of our employees are interested in doing this, they already know our students, and I think that could be maybe something we should look into, is rethinking what we pay them.
Well, we do have to pay by the contract though, and that's where their rates come from, which would be currently $30 an hour for a teacher, and ESPs that are working in the program. Their rates can vary depending on how many hours they work. Their normal work weeks are 32.5 hours. If they work an additional 2.5 to get up to 35, then overtime gets triggered, which would be their hourly rate times time and a half. So each ESP is probably making a different rate, but it's just what the contract says we have to pay them. So that's what we're bound by.
Okay, I have one more follow-up question, then I'm done. And that is, I mean, I don't know what training these people have that we're hiring through this company, but is what they're offering completely different from what our teachers can offer, or which would be better for our students?
Well, we do have some staff members, I'm not sure how many off the top of my head, that are AVMR trained that are working in liftoff. But the level of training that they have is not the level of training that the AVMR tutors have. As I said earlier, I wrote the bid specs purposely, so they had to be trained at what the company calls a champion level. And another piece of the bid specifications were that they had to provide documentation of each individual tutors actually achieving that level. So there's proof. I mean, because a company could just say, well, I have 6 people and they're, they could just give me names with no evidence, and then our kids aren't getting what they need. So the bid that I received had all of the requirements that I asked for. And, while the price is high, I think we can all agree on that. We're getting a good service for what we're paying. I can confidently tell you
that. Dr. Provost.
I wanted to point out a couple of other things that I think might have been missed in Nick's presentation. While he is accurately describing the number of contact hours that the tutors are providing, there's a lot of work that's being done to prepare for those lessons that we're paying for as well. As he mentioned, many of the lessons are being videotaped and then being reviewed in teams as they prepare what they want to do for the next lesson. And then most importantly, every student gets their own kit of very specialized AVMR materials. Those are the same materials that we use in our math recovery program, and those become the district's materials, so we'll be able to reuse those. So that's built into the cost as well. To answer the question about training to a little bit finer detail, you can think of champions within the AVMR world is the people who've achieved a level of training that allows them to create other AVMR teachers. So we do have some champions in the district, and they are providing training for our staff so that they can implement AVMR. But all of the tutors who we have are at that champion level, which would be comparable to our professional development people within the district who are training the other teachers to implement these techniques. So I just wanted to make sure all of those were sort of on the table when you think about the cost.
Member Gold.
Yeah, who is a couple of questions? Sorry, who's in the room with the 3 students while they're on Zoom with the coach?
So at this point, we have it monitored. We have it monitored with ESPs who are working in the Liftoff Learning Program. And while I have the floor, I wanted to mention one other thing. We do have teachers who are doing this work as well. Our preference was to hire our own staff. And in every case where we have a staff member who wants to do this work, they've gotten the job over outside tutors. I really just think that it's hard. Our staff are worn out at the end of the day. When you think of all the things that are happening with COVID, teaching with a mask on all day long, catching up the learning gaps that kids have, helping with the maturity issues that folks are seeing because students have been out of school for so long. And then, on top of it, in an understaffed building most days because we haven't been getting subs, I think the real issue is that people need to go home and recharge their batteries at the end of the day.
And how many students are being serviced in total over the 11 weeks do we think about?
Nick, do you know that number? I know you built it. You're having a conversation with principals around that.
Well, each small group has 3 kids. They meet with 2 groups per day. So, basically each tutor sees 6 students a day. So times 8 tutors would be 48 students.
Okay, and then I think, if I'm not mistaken, they do cycle as well. So it might be like, there might be other students potentially joining in. My whole point being with that, I mean, it is a large investment. It's around $2,000. Then I was doing that too per student for the 11 weeks. So if any, I don't know, if you look at it that way, it doesn't seem as much. Yes, I agree. They're getting an absurd amount of money, if you ask me. But the last thing I'll do and I don't, I have no wood in the game with them at all, and have my challenges with them. But at least it's an investment in something that the schools are already using, right? Like, so anything else we bought, teachers might have no clue what the kids did after school, but at least because it's been trained, the teachers have been trained on it, it can be turnkeyed back during the day and said, hey, I know what you did after school. So investment wise, it seems more than just those after school time.
Okay, so again,
and so motion to approve the purchase.
It's basically to award the bid. To award the contract to the lone bidder, as it were, is what we're doing. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further? Oh, Member Voss. Can't hear you, Member Voss. You're muted.
I'm having a tough time voting for this, and I'm not against it. So I just want to say that I haven't decided how I'm going to vote. I might abstain. And the real reason is I hear you that the contract says we can pay our teachers a certain amount, but I guess I wish we could have explored. And at 11 o'clock, I don't really think now is the time, and the kids do need this, but explored ways to pay people if they wanted to do it more, just like we did with the subs. And I'm just feeling like there might have been a better solution, and maybe we don't have time. So I guess the question is, are we only hiring these people for 8 weeks right now? Is that what this is? Or is it going to be another one? And can we think about ways to do it differently to keep the money within our own employees if possible?
The plan is, after this 11 weeks is up, to not continue this. I mean, it's not sustainable, obviously, at this cost.
Okay.
And it was really to target the students who needed the most support based on their screening data, which, okay, theoretically and certainly hopefully this intervention will do what it's supposed to do, and the need won't be there. Like, the point of it is so the need is not there permanently. And a not so intense intervention, if some students still need one, hopefully will be sufficient after the ones that receive this get it.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes. Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
No.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
No.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Who did I miss? Member Goldman.
Me.
Oh, Member Voss. I apologize. Member Voss.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 2 opposed.
Okay, so we are in, we passed the 11 o'clock threshold during the middle of that roll call. So I will need a vote. I will need a motion to suspend our rules so we can continue with the business of the meeting. If someone would make that motion. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes, motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
No.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
No.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
and Member Goldman.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 2 opposed.
Meeting will continue. So the next item on the agenda is the discussion on the MASC Delegate Assembly resolutions. And I believe Member Levy is seeking guidance on these. And I don't know what your plan was, Member Levy. I don't know if you wanted to see if there were ones that people had concerns about and sort of work from there, or how you wanted to proceed.
Yeah, thanks. I do have a plan, but I see Member Seraphy Cox has her hand up. I don't know if that's left over.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Okay. So my initial plan was to give you a quick summary of each of these, but given the time, I'm going to assume that you've read them. I'm happy to answer questions if people have any, but the reality is that a lot of these are going to be amended before we actually get to the point where I'll be voting on them. So rather than go into lots of detailed discussion about them, what I wanted to get a sense of is three things. One is there anything here that anybody strongly opposes? The second thing is there anything somebody might want to offer an amendment on? And then the third thing is, I just want to make sure you all support my kind of voting my conscience as these do get changed and shifted. So hearing from you about sort of general thoughts will be helpful as I am doing my best to represent you as a body, but really with the timing, it's more about like strong feelings and amendments.
Member Seraphy Cox?
I did read through them, and there were none that I was strongly opposed to. And Dina, I think you kind of know the spirit of this school committee, and so I would absolutely support that.
Okay, Member Fallon?
I will email you the amendments that have made to the bill, Senator Comerford's bill, the resolution that's supporting her bill. If you choose to incorporate that language into the resolution, that would be up to you. But it's there's quite a bit of there are quite a few additions that have been added onto it during this Senate session. So I will send those to you, but that would be my only suggestion for an amendment.
Thanks. Member Fallon, do you think those amendments are necessary in order to make the resolution really impactful?
No,
Okay.
but I think you should have the language in case anyone brings it up, since I was the one who wrote the resolution and I won't be there.
Thanks. Just for your all's information, she's talking about resolution number 9.
9.
Yeah. 9. All right.
Member Gold is next. Member Gold?
Yeah, is this something that we can just like, we're going to vote on our recommendations to you on this, Member Levy? Or, I mean, can we just email it to you rather than discussing this evening?
I don't think we can't really email the will of the committee to her. I think it's that would not really be good, but we could certainly.
Or like to the Annie, and then Annie sends it to, I mean.
Yeah, I think it's really, I mean, I think this is just an opportunity really to give guidance to her as our voting representative at this meeting. As they take up these different resolutions. So I think what she's looking for is the same stuff, the same things we've heard from Member Seraphy Cox. It's just if somebody has a strenuous objection to one of them, or if there's one that we need to call out and express concerns about.
Yeah. Well, I'm torn on one of them about even bringing it up right now. Whether it's worth it or not. When is the meeting? When do you have to know by?
Meeting is November 6th.
So we don't have another meeting.
So this is our last chance.
This is our last chance.
I say trust your instinct and don't bring it up. Follow your gut.
Let's go with that.
Okay. So Member Levy, you had your hand up, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. No, I actually have one that I do kind of want to check in with folks about.
Okay.
And I do want to be quick. So maybe Member Gold, this will be the same one you were thinking about. But it's number 5, which is about zero tolerance policies. And no, okay, sorry. Well, this one is basically saying that this resolution is not calling for these policies to be eliminated or withdrawn, but simply for these schools that have in the state that have zero tolerance policies to start with restorative practices and therapeutic alternatives and just other methods of intervention, which I appreciate. But I also feel like there's a whole lot of data on the negative impact of zero tolerance policies, which includes the school to prison pipeline. And I would hope for a stronger resolution that says that's calling for the withdrawal of support of zero tolerance policies. So I would make an amendment to that if it came up, if you all supported that, but I won't do that if you all are not in support of that.
Any thoughts or comments on that? Okay, I think you got your answer. You got a thumbs up. Member Voss.
Sorry, I was muted. Do we need a motion here? I'll make a motion to essentially what Member Seraphy Cox said, to trust Member Levy's sense about what she thinks our committee would support, and I completely am grateful she's doing this.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have it scheduled as a vote on the agenda because it was really just a check-in. Okay. So I don't think a vote is needed. And so we didn't post one on the agenda, but I think she's getting the sense of the committee. Member Busansky. You're muted, Member Busansky.
There we go. I was just going to agree, Member Levy, with you. I'm reading it a little differently. Maybe it could be a little bit stronger, I guess, but it does seem like it's asking for these restorative therapeutic practices instead of zero tolerance policies. But if you want to make a motion to make it even stronger, I support you in that.
Thanks. I did go to a meeting where they were explaining these in detail, and they made it clear in that meeting that it was not asking for the withdrawal or elimination of the zero tolerance policies, which is what got me thinking about that.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I say go for it.
Okay, so if folks are comfortable, and Member Levy, most importantly, if you're comfortable with the discussion, are we okay to move on? Member Kaufman.
Yeah, I just want to be realistic that we have 20 minutes, and I don't think that there was a lot of enthusiasm to go beyond that, and we have 3 critically important items. So Mayor Narkowitz, I don't know if you want to make a decision about what we can cover now, I will throw out the idea that we are scheduled to meet on October 28th. I think that was MCAS. Is that right, Dr. Provost?
Well,
That's school improvement plans.
Sorry, that's not what we typically use it for, but I just want to be realistic that we have three critical items. Is can you think of something? I don't want to waste time talking about alternatives, but there's zero chance we're going to get through these three. So in my opinion.
Well, when you say three, you're talking about the remaining items on the agenda, or?
And the executive session, yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
so I would say well, for example, one I think that's quite easy for us to get through quickly would be the vote to refer the negotiation of successor collective bargaining agreement to the negotiating subcommittee. And that's a fairly formality. A letter was sent to us, and it's traditionally our custom to move to refer it. So
okay, maybe we can do that first.
So if you make the motion, then somebody can second it and we can move forward.
But that's not the issue. The issue is how are we going to address the other two issues that are likely to take a lot of time? And if we leave one of them out, what does that do about both circumstances? Particularly
I
with
think
the superintendent's contract, I don't know what would happen.
I think we should. I think we should finish the business. Try to finish the business that we started, and that rather than talking about how we're going to finish the business, I think we should just power through and try to finish it.
Okay.
And get into the executive session, and we'll see what the discussion is like. That's my take on it.
Okay.
These are some of these are important resolutions that have been worked on that I'm fairly confident Member Sarah Cox would like to see them, or was counting on them being voted on. So let's just keep. So would you make a motion to refer that letter, or Member Sarah Cox, your hand is up?
Yeah, you were entertaining a motion. So
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion to refer the negotiation of a successor collective bargaining agreement to the negotiating subcommittee.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Gold.
Abstain. I don't understand it. Sorry.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes. Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
And Member Voss.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, 1 abstention.
So now the next, the last remaining item before we would go to executive session is the request to send a letter to the Board of Health. And I guess that would be the question, if we want to start that, or if start that discussion. I suspect that may take us into 11:30. So I guess that's a question for the makers of that, or the requesters of that, whether that's something they would defer to the next meeting, or whether they would like to try to take that up tonight.
My preference is to try and take it up tonight, but I don't know if we can get through it quickly or not.
Okay.
Aye.
Member Voss.
My preference is to take it up tonight too, and I think there's some misinformation out there based on public comment that needs to be clarified very quickly, and based on emails. And also, I'm just going to say, in response to Member Kaufman, I think we can try to do it by 11:30, this one issue. And my preference is to schedule another executive session at another time. There's way too many things to talk about that are so important in that executive session. And to do it at 11:30 isn't fair to anyone. So I would be happy to schedule another meeting, put it off 2 weeks. I don't know how time important some of the things are. Member Seraphy Cox knows, but that's my preference.
Okay, should we try and jump in and try and be quick? Okay, so I did hear in public comment so many folks articulating the fact that there should be no mandate of vaccines that aren't fully approved by the FDA, and I actually agree with that, and that was my intention in writing the letter, and I actually amended it before public comment to be more clear about that, but folks obviously wouldn't have seen that. So if it's okay, what I'd like to do is share my screen, show folks an updated version, which makes it clear that what we're asking for is for the vaccine to be mandated following Federal Drug Administration's full approval of the COVID vaccine for each age group. And I will also say that I really appreciate Layla's communications with me to help me understand who this letter should be addressing, and that the Northampton Board of Health is not actually, according to her, empowered to mandate vaccines, that in reality, it's the Massachusetts Department of Health, and our policies actually state that as well. So that's why the letter is written to the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, as well as DESE, and then CCing the Northampton Board of Health, our local representatives, in hopes that they can help support this, and also the Massachusetts Teachers Association. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm not going to, unless people want me to, I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. I'm just going to point out what looks different in this version from the version you have seen already. Unanimously is in red. I'm not counting my chickens. I'll update that once we've voted. But you'll see here that I've put in, we're urging them to add the COVID-19 vaccine to the list of vaccines required for students to attend school following Federal Drug Administration's full approval of the COVID vaccine for each age group. This is consistent with their recommendations, which state the high efficacy of vaccines. We go on to show which other folks have been doing this. The fact that the Massachusetts Teachers Association supports it. And then finally, it's really our district and the school committee's role is to implement public health policy as directed by the state. So we're urging them to include COVID-19 vaccine as a requirement of attending school in the state of Massachusetts once it has been approved by the FDA. The other thing I'll say about writing this letter, in part in response to some of the public comments that we heard, is that yes, COVID is not as negatively impactful on younger kids, and younger kids can carry it, and it is impactful on their elderly grandparents and their teachers and other immunocompromised folks. And we know that vaccines help end pandemics. And so that, to me, is the reason, one of the reasons behind sending this letter. So I'm happy to read more or keep this open or not keep it open. And Member Voss and Member Busansky both were really, really helpful in crafting this and putting eyes on this. So I'll also defer to the two of them if you all want to say anything before this gets opened up for comment and questions.
Member Voss.
Well, I'll just say thank you for really crafting it. And I saw an earlier version, and I suspect Member Busansky also helped after I saw it. I see one thing in it that I'm not quite sure is accurate, and I wanted to ask about, and that is the Cambridge schools. My understanding is that they're in a different bucket, which, and maybe I'm wrong, is Cambridge mandating for school or only for extracurricular?
Cambridge mandated for school for all students to be vaccinated who are eligible, not FDA approved, so 12 and up. But if you are not vaccinated, you can still attend school with a mask, but you can't attend extracurricular type of, or sports, etc. activities.
Thank
And
you.
then, yeah.
Thank you.
And they did 12 and up, not 16 and up.
So I'll just say I really support for now the 16 and up for the Pfizer, because that's what's fully approved and not an emergency use. And I like this approach of writing this letter to all of these groups as a way to say where our school committee stands on this. And I fully support what this says. I also, in the news today, Belchertown, and there's Lexington and Cambridge, I guess, is a little bit of a hybrid, are asking for children who, again, 16 and up, I believe is what the Lexington one is that I put up on the screen the other day. And I don't know what the approach is for us to consider that or who makes that decision, but I would like the entity that makes that decision to consider it and get back to us, or get back to the community. I don't know, Member Levy, how you feel about that or where that stands.
Yeah, I think at some point it was like, let us know what you're going to do. And then we said your timeline for making this change. So, and at one point we had email addresses in there, so we can make that stronger if you'd like.
So,
Maybe the mayor or the superintendent can help me, but like all these other school committees are passing something for extracurriculars, and what I've read is they feel like that's a place where more spread can happen. And again, it's older kids and it's going home and out to the community, and I just don't know where we stand or what we should be doing.
I guess my response would be the agenda item that we're working on is this letter, whether or not to send this letter. And so I really want us to finish this so we can try to go on to the other items on the agenda. So I think the letter captures it, what we're trying to capture. I think I wish we could take a vote on the letter. Member Busanski.
I just wanted to add that I think there's an opportunity to try and put some pressure on the state through other school committees also sending a letter like this. We've seen other campaigns like this run. I'm not sure how to get that out there, but that was one thing I was talking to Member Levy about, maybe at the mask conference or on the mask listserv, there'd be an opportunity to have other people send this to the Massachusetts Department of Health as well.
Member Goldman, sorry.
Thank you. Member Levy, could you address, just answer why we're asking for this, why we're doing this prior to FDA approval? Like, why would we do this now instead of?
Well, the FDA has approved 16 and up, so it's not prior to FDA approval. This would say students 16 and up would be mandated, and it would put in place then, in my mind, that mandate as soon as the FDA does approve for other age groups, so that it wouldn't need to be done over and over. This is what they did in California. They said that as soon as FDA approval comes in, then that becomes mandated for students to attend school.
Thank you.
Member Gold.
So we're probably gonna run out of time here because I got a couple of questions. First, I have a kind of a question for the agenda setting committee, because, and Member Kaufman, if you could help me understand this better, I thought we voted at our last meeting to not take up and be making health recommendations and leaving it to the health advisory board. And so I remember Member Kaufman, you brought up that whole motion and vote. So can you please speak to me how this doesn't contradict what we all voted to approve? Sorry, what we approved last time?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the way I interpret it is that we voted that our Northampton School Committee would not make a decision. But I don't think that negated us from making a recommendation. And that's what this is. I think that's our role now at this point, is that we as a committee may or may not, we'll find out after we vote, recommends that the people who do make the decision make a decision that affirms the fact that kids will get it. So I see it as two distinct things. One is that we're making a decision. The other is that we're recommending to the people that they make a decision in the way that we believe they should. You look confused, no?
Yeah, it seems a little muddy. Like one thing is we're deciding. Another thing is that we're telling them this is what we want them to decide, and let us know when you want to make the change or I forgot what that last line was. But to me, it's it's muddying the waters. I don't, I'm supportive of the vaccinations and all that, but I just don't think it's our role to do that. The superintendent also shared with us that the state or the commissioner said that it's not something that school committees have the authority to do. So like, we don't have the authority to do it. Why do we, I don't know if we should be asking for it. So that's another reason why I'm going to vote against it. The other piece is that I want to ask is, what shouldn't it say emergency? Like, do we want emergency approval versus FDA approval? Can you talk to that, Member Levy?
Yeah, that's exactly what the people who were doing public comment were saying, was that emergency approval is not the same. To be honest, it's pretty close, but they were concerned that emergency approval doesn't go through all of the same trial that the FDA approved ones do. And so this is actually not to say the emergency approval, but to say the FDA approval. The emergency approval would be 12 and up, and ideally, hopefully 5 and up really soon. But until the FDA fully approves it, I do actually think it's unfair to put families and caregivers in the position to be forced to do a vaccine that the FDA is basically saying is still more or less experimental, even though that's not really the case. But getting the full FDA approval is what I intended here. And I'll also say, just in response to what, if that's okay, to what you were saying about, I do think that as elected officials, we do have a place to give recommendations and to speak, especially since it's not our local board and it's not the body that is making decisions within the district that has the authority to do this. We're writing to the state and to say that, and urging them to move in this direction, to say this is where our school committee stands, and in hopes that other school committees will do that as well. So this isn't taking the place of making decisions for our district. It's saying to the state, we encourage you to make this decision since we can't.
Okay, before I go to the next member, could someone please make a motion to extend the meeting? Preferably till midnight would be helpful, I think. I think another 30 minutes would allow us to complete the agenda.
I apologize, Mayor, but I'm gonna make a motion to extend the meeting by 15 minutes.
Okay.
And just to let folks know that I think that items on the executive agenda that I'm responsible for, I would like to see them taken up at a time when our brains are fresher and when I'm not literally laying on my back with an ice pack, and can actually facilitate more properly. So I would request that we schedule a special executive session for next week to take those items up.
So are we, but it's 11:30 now, so we need to make a motion to extend the meeting before we can talk about what we're doing with the rest of the agenda.
I'll second it. She made one to 15. I'll second it.
Extend the minute for 15. So all those in favor, please, well, you'll have to call the roll, I suppose.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
No.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
No.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
And Member Gold.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 2 opposed.
Okay, so the meeting is extended. Member Fallon had her hand raised to talk to the motion that's on the table.
Thank you. I just want to briefly say that I'm struggling with this. I don't feel comfortable making a decision on this. I don't feel comfortable with mandating something until it obviously had full FDA approval, but I'm struggling because of the rare side effects that some young men are experiencing. I would not forgive myself if I made it a condition of attending school, which is compulsory. And I also want to point out that, for instance, Los Angeles School District did make it mandatory that students be vaccinated, but then they also provided a remote option for those who are refusing to be vaccinated. And I wish that if we were going to require vaccination, that we had an alternative for those families who, for whatever reason, were unable to or unwilling to get vaccinated. And so that's where I just feel like I'm not comfortable. I'm not in a position to be making these sorts of medical decisions. So.
Can I
Member
respond?
Levy. Member Levy.
Thanks. So one of the things that I thought about and didn't include in this language because it kind of felt implicit is that certainly in every mandate there are exemptions, there are opportunities for people to say either for religious reasons or medical reasons that they're unable or unwilling to get the vaccine. And I guess my question to you, Member Fallon, is whether that inserting that language in this document would help. And again, this is why we're writing, in my mind, we're writing a letter to the public health folks who are the experts to say this is where we are, but we're not actually making the decision. We're asking them to make the decision.
Member Busanski.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate once again, we're talking about only FDA approved. So that's ages 16 and up. This is not for emergency authorized vaccines.
Okay. So the question then becomes, someone needs to make a motion and a second to authorize the school committee to send the letter.
Motion to authorize the school committee to send the letter that Member Levy showed on the screen that includes the changes.
Second.
Okay. Let's, Member Busanski, your hand, did I just not lower it? I'm sorry. Did you have a question? Are you okay? Okay.
I'm good. Be down.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded. I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Busanski.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
No.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
No.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
No.
Mayor Narcoles.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 3 opposed.
Okay, so we have 10 minutes remaining on the time that that we have allotted future business and meeting dates. We have the school committee meeting with the student advisory. Well, that's already on here. Rules and Policy Committee, Monday, October 18th. Superintendent evaluation, Wednesday, October 20th. Budget and Property Subcommittee, Tuesday, October 26th. School committee meeting, Thursday, October 28th. School committee meeting, Tuesday, November 9th. So my question is, so there was a request alluded to about rescheduling the executive session to another date. I guess I want to hear what other people want to say about that. Obviously, the meeting right now is going to end at 11:45. It's rather frustrating because we had a brief agenda that we once again managed to talk forever and basically drag the agenda on much longer than it needed to be. So that part of it's extremely frustrating, especially for those who came to the meeting and spoke about issues. Member Seraphy Cox.
Well, it looked as though you were kind of fishing for a motion related to what I had suggested earlier. So I guess I can just put that on the table. So my motion would be to table the executive session until a meeting to be scheduled for next week.
Second. Was that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm seconding it.
Member Gold.
Yeah, I thought that what we were hearing from Member Seraphy Cox was that her items, she was okay with moving till later, but I do feel like item C we should take up this evening still. So I'd like us to at least discuss item C, which is the superintendent contract.
Okay. Member Goldman.
I also agree that these are really important topics, and I'd like us to have a fresher frame of mind for it. I wonder if a friendly amendment would be accepted to move the executive session to 6:15 on October 28th to have a half hour before our meeting, our next meeting, which is in 2 weeks.
When has our committee ever done anything in a half hour, Member Goldman?
Yeah, I think that's not real. I think that's not realistic. If that were the case, you would have accepted my request to stay until midnight and we would have finished it. But Member Voss.
Well, I like Member Goldman's idea, and then we could finish after the meeting and we could make sure the meeting stays short. And I am going to push back a little and say, when I saw this agenda, I thought it was very long, and the agenda makers made it long. We had millions of dollars of capital improvements that were really important to talk about. Apparently the deadline's tomorrow. So that part, to me, I know I talked a lot, but it's an enormous amount of our city's money, our taxpayers' money, and it was very important. We had a lot of visitors that were not given limits on their presentations tonight, and I don't think it's fair to blame us for making this meeting long, and that needs to be said. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, Member Kaufman.
Thank you. I think Member Goldman's idea is good. I would just suggest, instead of a half hour before, maybe she would consider making it an hour before, or something that might give us more time. Assuming everybody can make it. But I also feel like, this is critically important evening for most of our guest speakers, or our speakers, public commenters. And obviously it's a critical meeting for Dr. Provost, where he is now and where his future is. So I think I would just love to hear if he feels it's okay to wait. It's important for me to hear that from him, I guess, whether he'd be okay in us waiting, if he's comfortable in responding.
I don't think it's okay. I think it sends a message from the committee to everyone who spoke tonight that you don't respect them. I think that's how it'll be perceived, and that's how I feel.
Yeah. Thank you.
So any other thoughts, any other comments on this?
I still have the floor.
Yes, you do, Member Kaufman, unless you are finished.
I'm just going to wing it. I'll say I'd like to extend the meeting until 12:15.
Okay, so we had the start of a motion that was, well, originally it was a discussion about moving to an executive session next week. then there was a discussion about moving it to the 28th or whatever it was, but I don't know that there was an actual motion.
I made a motion and it was seconded. I did not accept any friendly amendments. So my motion is the one that's on the floor, and my motion would have to be voted on before Member Kaufman's motion.
Can I ask you, was your motion to schedule an executive session for next week, or?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded to schedule a executive session for next week. There are hands raised. Are these about the motion?
Mhm.
Okay, Member Voss.
I'm going to respond and say that I think it's not accurate to say that we're putting this off because we don't care, we're disrespectful. Personally, I've been up and at work since about 7:30 this morning, and I am fried, and I want to take the time to have a careful conversation and make sure that we do a really good job. And so I think the message we're sending is this is too important to do at 11:45 at night. And I want my message to be that. I want to make a special night to do this carefully because I can't do it right now a good job.
Member Levy.
My thought is very similar. I just wanted to articulate, Dr. Provost, in my mind, it's a feeling of respect towards you that I want to be in my best mind and be able to really give this the attention it deserves. And I don't think any of us are able to do that at 11:45. So I hope you know that for me, this is a sign of respect.
Member Busansky.
I was going to say basically the same thing. To me, this is much more about respect than disrespect, and respect to all the speakers tonight. I don't think in any way, and that's why I would like to have the meeting next week and not wait 2 weeks. That's why I seconded Member Seraphy Cox's motion, because I do think it deserves to be decided on as quickly as possible, but not at 11:45 at night when I'm totally incapable of making a full sentence, as you can tell.
Member Fallon.
You know, I've been voting against extending meetings. I do want to say my concern is that we are all here and present tonight, and we have a rules and policy meeting scheduled for Monday. I don't know what the city side has scheduled for next week, and I don't know what the superintendent's schedule looks like, but I would rather all of us be present for this conversation than only have part of the committee there for such an important conversation. So.
Okay, Member Fallon. So, okay. Any other comments or questions on this? Member Seraphy Cox. Okay. So I'll ask the question. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of rescheduling the executive session until next week.
I just want to interject that there is no evening time in the superintendent's schedule next week, except on Friday. So keep that in mind. Member Fallon.
No.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
No.
Member Levy.
Does the superintendent need to be here for this conversation? I mean
It
that
was my
genuinely.
understanding he was stepping out for that conversation.
Okay, so yes.
Member Kaufman.
No.
Member Goldman.
No.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
No.
Mayor Narcoitz.
No.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
The vote is 4 in favor, 6 against.
Okay, so we do need another your motion would now be in order, Member Kaufman, if there is a motion to extend. We do need a motion to extend because we're now past 11:45.
Motion to extend to 12:15.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Seraphy Cox,
No.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
No.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
No.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
No.
and Member Fallon.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 4 opposed.
Okay, so I would now entertain a motion to move into executive session as according to the
Motion to move to request executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting Chapter 30A, Section 21A2 to conduct strategy sessions and preparations for negotiations with, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation. Is it that, or contract negotiations with non-union personnel in Chapter 21AC?
Second.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
No.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, so I'll just say to the public that are here, we are going to move into executive session to discuss matters that we cannot, would be detrimental to discuss in open session. We are scheduled to return to open session to take votes on those matters. So Annie, I do not know what your plan is. Are you thinking about a breakout room?
Yes, and Karen
Okay.
Albano, our curriculum director, I'm going to transfer hosting over to her.
Okay.
And then Karen is going to put us into a breakout room.
Okay, excellent. So for the members of the public, we'll be moving into executive session and then coming back out of executive session.
If Karen is still with us.
I saw her name there.
She's here, and I mean,
in the executive session, and it was the matter of the superintendent contract. And so I would entertain a motion on item C on the agenda to approve the superintendent contract.
Motion to approve the superintendent's, what's the S word? The next contract.
Successor contract.
Successor contract as written for 3 years.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Member Kaufman. Okay. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Voss,
No.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky. Oh, you're muted. Member Busansky,
Sorry about that. Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
and Member Goldman.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor.
Okay. So the 9 in favor, there's 10 of us. What was the
And 1 opposed.
1 opposed? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. So the motion does carry and the contract is approved for Dr. Provost for 3 years. I would now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
and Member Voss.
Yes.
And in favor of adjourning.
Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate this.
So the meeting of the school committee is adjourned.